I think it's pretty good. It's a little bit of a shame maybe that we don't have some main roster star power. It's a little bit of a shame we don't have some support. Kind of feel like this is the type of show where we would have benefited by having, say, Charlotte and Alexa. You know, if they were on the show defending the women's tag titles, for example, I think that would have been useful. I think that would have been helpful. Or we could have even had, like, Dirty Dom defending the Intercontinental Championship. Or just something, you know, just something to kind of help support the show from the main roster. As a result, it kind of feels like it is... maybe one that's not going to grab wider attention, but it's one that if you watch NXT, I think you are going to be very excited for. So with that being said, let's kind of run down the card, shall we? It probably makes sense to do that at the start, see where we are, share some thoughts, and then we can jump into whatever it is you guys want to talk about. So we've got Jacy Jayne against Lola Vice. I can tell you that Lola Vice is slight favourite. Not by loads, but Lola Vice is slight favourite. So we could be getting a new champ. The only thing I will say is that JC is someone that has been underestimated a few times, and she always finds a way. So it could be here that we get JC again being underestimated, but she once again finds a way. So, you know, when she won the title, it was a big shock. When she won the TNA Knockouts Championship, it was a big shock. When she retained, it was a big shock. So, I don't know. It's one of those where, can you doubt Jacy Jayne now? Can you afford to doubt Jacy Jayne? I think I'm leaning JC retaining, but I do think there is a good chance for Lola. Then we've got Sol Ruca against Lainey Reid for the Speed Championship. Lainey Reid is the favourite to actually get the victory there. I don't know. I'm a bit torn. I mean, we don't know much about the Speed Championship in NXT. It's not been in NXT for a while, so do we change it? I mean, Sol Ruca probably doesn't need both belts. It probably makes more sense to put the belt on someone else, but is Lainey Reid the right person? Is Lainey Reid, of all the options that we've got, is Lainey Reid the right person to give that Speed Championship to? I mean, there are rumours that she's going to join Fatal Influence. Perhaps JC and Fallon will look to bring in Lainey if she shows that she is successful. So you could make an argument that if Lainey wins, that could make her more attractive to Fallon and to JC, and then they might bring her into Fatal Influence, which is what is expected. So she's definitely got a chance. It's not the person I would put the belt on personally. I think there's other options that I would give that Speed Championship to, but I could see that happening. Then we got Ober against Ricky, and I'm really torn on this because Ober's such a dominant champion, but Ricky has always felt like the guy that could get that belt. But do you do it now? Do you have Ricky fail at first like Cody did at WrestleMania 39? Or do you just pull the trigger and just put the belt on Ricky? I don't know. It's, again, a little bit tricky. I can tell you Ricky is slight favourite. Oba Femi is actually coming into this match as the underdog, and that is very rare. Very, very rare. So, underdog, underdog, underdog. Those three champions all go into their matches as underdogs, the challengers, all favourites, which does make this a very interesting card, right? Then we've got Ethan against Tavion. Ethan is the biggest favourite to retain, so he is a champion that is a favourite going into his match. And I think he will retain. I think we've already sort of teased what could be next for Ethan. There's been a few people kind of confronting him. I think Miles Bourne was around, and there was a few others that have kind of confronted Ethan, which makes it seem like he's going to retain, and then these other people are going to get their opportunity. So I'm thinking Ethan does retain. Then we got Jordynne against Blake Monroe. This feels like, because it's a weaponized steel cage match, feels like this could be the blow-off. This could be the final match. I don't really know where you would go after a weaponized cage match that feels like the end of the road, really. I mean, back in the day, cage matches used to be the end of the road. Hell in a Cell, maybe, but in my mind, that's not much different from a weaponized cage match. So, I don't know. This feels like it could be the end, and if it is the end, I think they go Jordynne Grace. And then we got Javon Evans against Josh Briggs, and I think this is really difficult because Javon is an amazing star, and I think if I had to pick between these two, I would be going with Javon. But Josh Briggs is someone they like. He's got a good size. I think they're really trying to build him up. He turned on Inamura, and obviously we kind of did a quick little feud there. And I think they're really trying to use this now, this momentum that he's got, to try and see where he can end up. Can he get to that NXT championship at some point next year? Probably not impossible. I don't think that at the moment people are really feeling that. But this is obviously what they're going to be hoping for, that, we can get him momentum. It's going to keep building. He's going to come across as a badass. So what do? Do you feed Javon to him and invest in Josh Briggs and keep building him after he got past Inamura? Or do you go with the young OG that is so exciting and showed what he could do on SmackDown? I think this one's really difficult. I mean, what if Briggs wins this one, we do a rematch, and Javon wins that one, and we just sort of end the feud sort of there with them both coming away with something to brag about? I think that's a tricky one. I think it's a tricky one. I think Javon is favourite. I don't think he was a massive favourite. I'm trying to remember the odds on that one, but I seem to recall Javon being favourite, so yeah, I think, I love the young OG. There wouldn't be any confusion as to which way I would go. I would go with Javon, but they have been doing some stuff with Josh Briggs recently. So, don't know, that'll be interesting. I mean, I like the cards, honestly. I mean, I think the matches are intriguing, and I think that some of them have got me like, oh, you could go either way on this. It's hard to know without knowing, obviously, what the future plans are, because Ober, Ricky could absolutely win, but if they're going to do the match again in the future, then chances are Ober's going to retain. So, and, is this the last match for Jordynne Grace and Blake Monroe? Are we on the verge of a big push for Josh Briggs? If we are, then surely he wins here. If not, then I think it'll be Javon. But then, is Javon on the verge of getting called up? Because if Javon's going to get called up, then he doesn't need the win here. Because really, when you go to the main roster, you just start again. A lot of people only saw Javon for the first time yesterday. And so, because they don't watch NXT. So really, when you go to the main roster, you sort of just start again. So if that's the case, Javon can lose, Josh Briggs can get the win, he can move forward, get some momentum, Javon can go to the main roster. I don't think he is, by the way, but this is my point. It's a little bit tricky without knowing where we're going. So, but that is making it quite an interesting little card for me. So, yeah, it should be good. I'm looking forward to tonight. Should be plenty for us to get our teeth into. And I think just to really kind of hammer home how close this is, we've obviously got the poll that's got 200 votes. And at the moment, it's unbelievably, I mean, I wish I could show you so that I'm not lying. But if you vote in the poll, you'll be able to see that I'm not lying. Ricky Saints, 51%. Oba Femi, 49%. You guys have basically got this 50-50. So even though I've just sat here and said a lot of this is quite close, it could go either way. It might be Ober, it might be Ricky, it might be Jordynne, it might be Blake, it might be Javon, it might be Josh Briggs. The one poll that we've done is currently showing about 50-50, where it seems like you guys are a little bit divided as well. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but that makes for a very interesting show for me. If we sat here and we could go, well, that person's winning, that person's winning, that person's winning. Do you know what I mean? And then that's what happens. Obviously, at the end, everyone will be like, oh, that was predictable. So I think, I'm feeling quite good about where we are with this. Zane said, I think the time is now for both titles to change. I understand it's more of a show rather than a developmental now, but it's starting to get a bit stale. Saints and Vice need to leave as champs. I'm not sure about like more of a show than developmental. I think I mean, it is developmental. We are developing talent. And so, you know, that talent gets to a point where it then goes to SmackDown and Raw. I mean, I think for it to not be developmental, it would have to be a case where it was a third brand. It had a world title, just like Raw and SmackDown do. And also during the draft, it wouldn't lose talent. It would gain talent, and it would have like a mixture, if you will. This very clearly is a level below. They're paid less as well, right? I mean, when you get called up to Raw and SmackDown, you earn more money. So I always struggle a bit when people are like saying this is, you know, like equal to Raw and SmackDown. It definitely is not. It definitely is developmental. It is still a show in its own regard. You are correct, but yeah, it is developmental. But that shouldn't really play into who wins, to be honest. It doesn't really change anything if Ober wins or if Ricky wins, unless someone's getting called up. And obviously we don't have knowledge of that. There's no word on that. I've not heard anything that Ober's getting called up on Monday. I mean, if that was doing the rounds, then of course you would expect Ober to lose. So, yeah, I mean, I understand what Zane's saying, like freshen things up. Let's go with getting Ricky. Let's go with getting Lola up and running. We've kind of run with Ober for certainly a while. Jacy, not as long. I don't mind personally sticking with Jacy. I think that this has actually really helped her. I think that this run has elevated her status. I mean, she was a surprise when she won, and I think she's done well with the belt, to be honest. I don't think that the belt has overshadowed her. I don't feel like she has kind of struggled to kind of present herself as the women's champ. I think it's helpful that there's a group and that there's a couple of girls that sort of have to do what she says. That kind of helps position her as not only the leader of that group, but the leader of the women's division. So I think there's some good stuff going on in NXT. I did see a rant from Bryan Alvarez. He seemed to be very upset with how things had been going recently, but it was only a short clip. It was one of those shorts, so I didn't really get a chance to kind of see more detail about what he was saying. But he was basically saying if it wasn't his job, he would not be watching this show. So he seems to be very upset with NXT at the moment, Bryan Alvarez, but I don't really know why. I think that NXT has been doing some good stuff, to be honest. Perhaps he is just a little frustrated as well at, you know, a bit of repetition. You know, the fact that we're not really progressing things forward too much. Ober's been champ a long time, and Jacy, she hasn't been champ a long time, but I don't think he's massively into her. I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to watch the full clip, but he certainly seemed to be struggling a little bit with NXT. Iggy said SmackDown is much better than Raw at the moment. Multiple reports say that Julia Io Rhea for the women's title at the Super Show in Japan, says Davids. Da Grimwan said Ober has been champ since January. I believe it is time for a change, says Da Grimwan. Rent-Free said, Daze, if steroids and other enhancement drugs are banned, then why are so many, such as Lesnar, clearly on them? How do they get away with it? Even The Rock was on them for so long. Well, I think the wellness checks and everything have sort of changed a little bit over time. So I can't massively answer it because, you know, WWE would not want you to think that they are on them. WWE have made a big kind of statement about the fact that there is a wellness policy and that people get suspended if they fail that wellness policy. And because of what happened in the early 90s, they basically cleaned up and were genuinely... I mean, no one can convince me otherwise, right? Because I've seen loads of documentaries on this and I've heard wrestlers talk about this. You were out if you were on steroids. I even heard early 2000s, right? Early 2000s, John Cena was standing backstage And this Bruce Pritchard told this story on Something to Wrestle With. And apparently John was there and Vince like got introduced to him and said hello and everything. And Bruce was like, that guy is going to be a good star for us. He's going to do well. And Vince was like, I'm not interested. And Bruce was like, what? And he's like, no, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in someone that's on clearly like on steroids. And Bruce had to basically say to Vince, no, he's clean. He's clean. He's clean because he just does he's a bodybuilder basically. And, he's kind of come from bodybuilding. I think Cena did actually do bodybuilding and was clean. So as soon as Vince found out that John was clean, or at least he had been told by Bruce he was clean, whether he was clean or not, I don't know. I think Cena had said he was clean. I think Bruce probably believed him. And then Vince was not interested, but as soon as Bruce said that he was clean, then all of a sudden Vince was a lot more on board. So genuinely the steroids situation was a big problem for Vince, because in the early 90s he was on the verge of going to prison, like legit going to prison. He was going through court and everything, and if he had been found guilty, it was a prison term. They actually brought in, I think it was Jim Barnett, who was a old territory guy. They actually brought in Jim Barnett because if Vince was going to go to prison in the early 90s, they had Jim Barnett there to basically take over. WWE would have been run by him. He would have been the head booker in the 90s. He was an old school guy. So, I mean, he would have been very traditional with his wrestling. And the booking would have been... It wouldn't have been the zany cartoon kind of stuff, It would have been a bit more meat and potatoes. It would have been a bit more kind of, as it was. So, I don't know how that would have gone, but obviously that had a lasting effect on Vince, where up until the early 2000s, certainly judging by that story, he genuinely didn't want anything to do with steroids. What I would say, though, is as WWE became more known as being not a real sport and actually became more known as being entertainment, I think the pressure that was on him was kind of reduced. I mean, the government aren't really sniffing around anymore. Steroids are obviously illegal, but they are very present in the kind of bodybuilding world. We know they're present in different sports as well. If they're present in WWE, then, it's one of those where who's putting that pressure on? I think in a way it's up to WWE to put that pressure on, but I think the whole taboo around steroids has really changed in the last 30 years. It's illegal. I believe it to be illegal. I don't even know if it's illegal in all the states, but it's illegal. It's something which shouldn't be done, but I don't know if there are kind of government agencies that are really cracking down on it like they used to. So with that lack of pressure being applied, it comes down to WWE's wellness policy. And to be honest with you, from what I've heard, the wellness policy you can quite easily get around. I think the way they operate now is, you're not doing steroids, are you? Oh, no. Me? No. Okay, good. And that's where we are. So, if there was pressure being applied again, and if it was a case where, the government were going to lock up Nick Khan if they found that any of the wrestlers were under steroids, yes, I bet there would be a lot of people that would suddenly get a lot smaller. And I bet there would be a real crackdown. But I think where we are right now is that there's a lot of kind of... what's the word I'm looking for? Lapsed kind of enforcement, where it's you're definitely not doing steroids. No, God, no. Oh, I wouldn't be seen dead with steroids. And of course, then they go home and they do steroids. And from what my understanding is that wellness policy is quite easy to get around. So as long as WWE can show that they are doing their part, it's kind of a bit well... I mean, what are we meant to do about it? We check them every year and we ask them all the time and we make it very clear that steroids should not be used. So, I mean, I don't know really what we're meant to do. I mean, we can't be there 24/7, you know? But equally, do WWE want all their stars getting smaller? No, they don't. So it's one of those, isn't it? I'll tell you not to do it, and if you end up doing it, well, you know, let's hope I don't catch you. DeGrim1 said, I heard part-timers like Brock just don't get tested. Full-timers do. That's how Brock only gets signed to part-time deals, says DeGrim1. Michael said, let's go with this. Triple H is a good friend of Lemmy. Lemmy did the Coco. How can Triple H do not like Coco? I don't follow that, Michael. You've lost me a little bit on that one. The First 48 Gaming said, a normal person can use no issue. Is that what? Are you telling me that it's not illegal where you are? I mean, I know of a big crackdown in the early 90s. As to where the law is now, I'm not sure. I know Vince wasn't interested from that story I heard in the early 2000s. But to be honest, as we said, as the sport, I mean, yeah, we were trying to convince people it was. But as that has evolved more into entertainment and everyone knows about it, I think those pressures have kind of greatly reduced. Edward said, Daze, how are you? Thank you all for the birthday wishes. Had a great day yesterday. I love each and every one of you. And Daze, I have broken my big toe. It's hard to walk. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Edwards. I wish you and your big toe a very speedy recovery. Pack Attack said, I just hate the fact that some of these guys will die early because of steroids. I don't want to see Lesnar die at a young age due to steroids. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? I think that, I don't know if steroids are addictive. I think having that look and physique is addictive, but I don't think steroids themselves are addictive. So part of that is keeping up the appearance, you know? And so, I don't know. It's one of those where that you have to take responsibility for your own actions, don't you? If you're going to choose to do that to yourself, I think you have to be going into it knowing what the risks are, you know? And so I feel like you're sort of signing up for that. You're trading off, like, you know, part of your life potentially so that you can be bigger. But there's people that have been on steroids that live to, you know, a late age. There's people on steroids where it doesn't seem to have an effect, but then there's people on steroids where it very much seems to have an effect. So I think it's more like a case-by-case basis, isn't it? But yeah, the extent of my knowledge on steroids is obviously very limited. It's not something I've ever done, clearly. If it was, it's not worked. And so I don't really know a great deal more than that. So whether it's legal now and all of that, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where we are with it. Nathan said, I'm so excited about the Young OG and Leon Slater match. Yes, that's a big announcement, isn't it? I mean, I've not seen much Leon Slater, but what I saw in that match against Moose, very exciting. So, yes, I agree. That is, again, another dream match territory. It's one of those where, you know, if you're going to get into a partnership with TNA, that is the exact kind of match that you would hope to see come out of it. Leon Slater against Javon Evans, two of the hottest prospects in all of wrestling, future prospects, both, I believe, 21. And, yeah, I mean, genuinely, if you look around the world of wrestling, there's some really great emerging talent, but, I mean, you've got to have Javon and Leon right up there when it comes to, like, 21-year-olds that you're really excited by. So to put them both in the ring and see what they can both cook up, I'm so interested in that match. I really, really want to see that match. I'm hoping Bound for Glory is on a day where we can watch it, honestly, because that match alone is enough for me to go, yeah, I'm there, I'm interested. I feel like that is something special. I feel like that is going to be something really special. I think sometimes with WWE we get kind of dream matches, but they're on Raw and you feel like the handbrake is on. You know, if ever you're doing like Asuka against Rhea like the other week, I mean, it was a great match, but you have adverts and it's Raw, they might not get too long to actually cook. And as we said, you know, they go to commercial break, so the match will slow down during commercial break. And do you know what I mean? Like, you kind of, you do get these great dream matches, but if it's on Raw or SmackDown or even NXT, there can be a few things that dilute it, you know? I mean, Leon against Javon is the kind of thing I could see them doing on NXT or TNA Impact. But the fact they're doing it at Bound for Glory, where, I mean, I think that's a PLE, isn't it? No commercial breaks. They should have enough time and chance to prepare and be able to cook. I mean, like, it feels like everything's there for this to be the match that you would want it to be. That's the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that it's all well and good doing the match, but it's the fact that it's on that stage as well. Makes me extra invested, extra excited. Gives me more confidence that they are going to deliver the match that we hope they will deliver. Just this absolutely bonkers match where they're both just throwing everything at each other. And honestly, we could see some real innovation. The pressure on them to pull out all the stops from their bags of tricks is going to be quite high. But we'll have to see what they can do. You know, I just hope that it's a really great match. Rent-Free said, Days, rumors are Lesnar is away now until the Rumble. How would we book him for the Rumble, WrestleMania 42? Rumors are a match against Bron Breakker or Gunther. Oh, I'm not interested, to be honest. I don't care for Brock, so booking him would be a challenge for me because I'm just not interested. He's not someone that I really care for having back, and so booking him is not really an interest. I think in regards to like WrestleMania, you could put him in against Braun, you could put him against Gunther, but the big question is how you're certainly not going to have Brock as a face. So what does that mean that you have Braun as a face? I mean, I'm struggling to see that. That kind of led us to a conversation the other day about Braun becoming like leaving the Vision, turning on the Vision, becoming a face, but that's a lot to try and do between now and Mania. I mean, we're already sneaking our way into October, so I mean, we've only got a few months. We don't really have loads of big shows coming up, so I don't know, like, is Braun like ready to break out of the Vision and become a babyface? And I mean, it just doesn't feel that way to me. I feel like Braun has just got started. I feel like Braun's in the Vision and we've got so much work to do. I feel like he needs to hang with Heyman for a bit. So I don't know. I don't know how you get to that match. I think that would be a real sit down. Let's chuck some ideas around, because how are we going to do heel versus heel? I can't see the fans cheering Brock. I mean, you can try and put Brock in a situation where he saves the day and see what happens. But I've got to think the Janelle Grant stuff's having some sort of effect, isn't it? Or maybe people just don't give a flip at all. I don't know. I just can't get a read of that. At the moment, he's getting booed. But, I mean, at the moment, he's just been in a feud with John. Anyone doing anything with John's getting booed. I mean, Sammy had a match with John and got booed. So anyone's getting booed. So I don't know that we can really read too much into the boos. Maybe they will try to turn Brock and just see how it goes. I think it's a bit early to try and turn Braun. And I know there'll be some out there going, well, just do heel versus heel. It doesn't matter. You can. It's not preferable, though. It's not ideal. I mean, there's no one to root for. You know, if both of them are heels and they're doing their jobs, then the crowd should hate both. So heel versus heel is just, it's very rare that you do it. It's very rare. It's not impossible. You could definitely go back and find heel versus heel matches, but it's very, very rare. It's a lot more frequent that you do face versus face. That way, people aren't struggling to cheer someone. They've just got to decide who to cheer, which one do they cheer for. But heel versus heel, if they're both heels, proper heels, and the people don't like them, there's no one to cheer, is there? Are you going to cheer Brock, who's caught up in all that Janelle Grant stuff? Or are you going to cheer Bron Breakker, who has been doing everything he can to get heat recently? So I don't know how you get to that match. I don't know if you maybe have Gunther lean a little bit more into being a babyface. I feel like Brock Gunther and Gunther lean in a little bit more into being a babyface. Maybe Gunther talking about how Brock has kind of let the fans down and stuff like that. I mean, you don't want to go on the Janelle Grant stuff, but I don't know, perhaps there's something there. I think it's hard. I'd be really interested to see what people would have to say on how the hell you would get to either of those matches. I mean, if you want to go simple route, you just have one of them throw out Brock at the Rumble, and then that sets up the Mania match. And that's it. The only ones who know what Brock did are internet dwellers. I don't think their average fan even knows said first 48 gaming. Could be true. Yeah, the average fan might not know. I don't know how much it's actually punctuated and actually managed to get through to the casuals. So that is true. It could be that there's many people out there. I mean, certainly the kids that just watch the wrestling, chat about it with their mates. I mean, they're not going to know all that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of kids that go and take their parents along, and I bet their parents don't know. So I think you're correct. I think there probably is a good amount of people that don't know. We know that the internet wrestling community is just a small percentage. I mean, you can see things like We Want Cross, and all you look online is just We Want Cross and all this noise and all these things, right? And then you look at what's happened after Cross got let go. I mean, I think we've had a couple of chants, and that's about it. We've had a few signs, but not loads. But, I mean, I don't know about you, but compared to how much I was seeing it trend and how it was being written underneath all of the WWE posts, and it was being put in the video comments and all of that sort of stuff, you kind of expect it to be loud and like boisterous and noisy, and it's not that, is it? It's just not that. Trying to gauge how big of a part of the wrestling world the internet wrestling community is, the IWC, is very difficult. It's hard to put a number on it, but it is not the be all and end all. It is not the everything. So, yeah, I think it is quite easy to avoid that. The example I would give is like Walking Dead, right? I love Walking Dead, and I used to watch it all the time. But I never went on to like fan channels or read people's reactions to it. It was a show that I watched, and that was it. I moved on with my life. And I'm sure many of you were the same for Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad. There's so many TV shows, and every show has got a community of people that want to talk about the latest episodes. I mean, you can find reaction videos to pretty much any episode of TV. So was you interacting with those communities for all the TV shows that you watched? I bet you weren't, because I wasn't. I would watch some TV shows, and I was not jumping online to see what others were saying about it. And WWE is like that. You can tune in, watch Raw, and then just carry on with your life and watch another TV show or a film or listen to an album or play a video game and just move on and never have to actually go online to see what people are saying. It's really hard for us to comprehend that. It's hard for me to comprehend that because it just is my life and it consumes all my time. So it's hard to think along those lines that there are people that are watching the show and they're not going online. But I think about me when I was at work. I used to do that all the time. I used to watch the show and then go to work or like have to get jobs done. I wasn't sitting down and seeing what people were saying. I wasn't sitting down and going online and sharing my thoughts or reading what others had to say or anything like that. It wasn't part of my life. So when I think about it in that regard, I just think like, actually, when you think about it, it is quite easy to not be part of the IWC. It is quite easy to kind of turn that side off. I bet it's grown, in all fairness. I bet it's much bigger now than, say, 15 years ago. when I was at work and I was watching Raw, watching SmackDown, and not interacting with, you know, the wrestling community. I bet it has grown, but even so, what's that percentage of worldwide fans? I bet it's low. I bet it's really low. I don't know the number, but I bet it's low. So yes, I actually agree. I think you're probably right. Trish, shout out to you, my friends. Let's go down. Carl said, Daze, I got a question about the streams. I ran out of characters that I can type on the YouTube chat. Okay. Kyle, I don't know how to help you with that. Space Frog Cowboy said, that's how I was with WWE around 2010, and then I came back in 2023. A lot of people do that, actually. I feel like a lot of people, when they're young, they get into wrestling, and then they step away, and then come back later. I've seen that happen a lot. I think the reason why that happens is because you get into it when you're young, and I think it's like a comfort blanket. It's like, it's larger than life. It's easy to watch. It's easy to follow. There's lots of characters. There's people to root for. There's good guys. There's bad guys. It's a bit like Star Wars. It's a bit like Marvel in the sense of good guys, bad guys, characters, storylines, you know, and you get all of that with WWE. But the thing is, it's here week in, week out. It doesn't go away. It's not like Marvel where you watch the movie and then you got to wait like, you know, next year for another movie. It's like you got to wait from Monday to Friday to Monday to Friday. There'll be the occasional Saturday as well. You can watch Tuesday for NXT. You could watch Wednesday for AEW if you want, or Thursday for TNA. I mean, you can consume as much or as little as you want. And it's just magic, isn't it, when you're a kid? But then I think you get to the point where I don't know if people grow out of it. Some do. For me, it just became a bit harder to, like, you know, be there watching every single time because of work. It was work that got in the way for me, so I would still follow it. But, you know, sometimes I wasn't able to watch it, to just read a review of it online, or I had to look at the results, or just to see what had happened. And if I could watch highlights, I'd watch highlights. If I could catch the episode later, I'd catch the episode later. I mean, I went through a whole mixed bag of how I kept up with things. You know, some weeks I wasn't able to watch the show. I'd just read the results. Some weeks I would watch the show. Some weeks I'd just watch the highlights. Like, you just do what you can, really, to keep up to date, you know? And so, like, work, life gets in the way, doesn't it? But at some point, your life should settle down, hopefully, and you should get a routine, you should get a schedule, and then, you know, that's where some people can find a way of reintroducing it and getting it back in, because some people just, you know, fancy just that sort of content that you switch your brain off to. You know, Jerry Springer was good for that. You could sit and watch Jerry Springer and just turn your brain off to it, and it was just there, and it was easy, and it just, you know what I mean, after a hard day at work, it would just make you laugh, or put a smile on your face, or distract you, or it was just there. It was there. It was nostalgic. It's a comfort blanket. It's an escape. It's kind of, it's reassuring as well. Like, there's a lot of, I think it's really good for mental health, honestly. I think it's really good for mental health. I think that there's been quite a few times where I've had a bad day at work, and, you know, you're just like, oh, I just want this day to be over. And then you get back home, you watch the show, and, like, you know, you got an escape there for a few hours where you just leave the world, you just dig back into the story, and you're just like, lovely. I'll go here for a bit, right? And I think, like, you know, that distraction, it can be useful. It can be helpful. Some people find that distraction with movies. Some people find that distraction with video games. They're all great alternatives. I'm not down on any of those. I think people find those kinds of distractions and find that escapism in lots of places, but it is undeniable that pro wrestling can provide that for you if you are a little bit older as well. So I think it is common to see people into it as kids, go away, and then find their way back in again, you know? I think that happens quite a bit. Nathan said, I take breaks from time to time. People would go, you like Star Wars and Star Trek, but wrestling, isn't that for kids? I thought that this stuff was wrong to watch as an adult. I've never seen wrestling as wrong to watch as an adult. I've never understood that argument. I've never understood that. I've never understood the isn't this for kids thing, because if ever you look at the crowds, really at any point in the history of wrestling, I mean, when we were PG and it was Cena on top, you could hear a lot of kids, a lot of high-pitched squeals, right? But there's always adults in the crowds, and not even adults with kids. I mean, if you look at the front row, it's just adults in it. There's no children around. So you don't see kids there. It's adults that are you know, green shirt guy and blooming Trinidad flag guy and so on, so on, so on. You know, there are definitely kids that are in the arena, but you only have to look at the people that go to the shows. It's predominantly adults that are at the shows. So the idea that it's for kids was never true back in the day. I mean, that was never true in the 60s or the 70s, and you can go back and watch all the WrestleManias and you can watch all the old shows, and, you know, there is a definite percentage of children, of course, right? It's family entertainment. It's for, you know, I mean, it's available for kids to enjoy and adults to enjoy. It's open for everyone to enjoy. I mean, that's one of its successes, is that it's family entertainment. That's a positive. That's not a negative. But I think for people to either try and throw shade by saying it's a kid show, right? Or for them to misunderstand and think it's a kid show is a shame, to be honest. It's a shame. I mean, wrestling goes all the way back, doesn't it? Thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And there's cave drawings of people wrestling. And so this is a TV product of that, where we've got characters, we tell stories, and, you know, I mean, there's some brutal stuff that goes down, isn't there? Undertaker, Mankind comes to mind, even last year with Drew and CM Punk, you know? And, you know, last night we had Jade busting herself open, but that, of course, wasn't on purpose. But those things happen. But, yeah, for people to go, oh, this is for kids, isn't it? I mean, if ever anyone says that, I always think two things. It's either one, you're trying to throw shade, and if you're trying to throw shade, I don't really know if I want to keep going with this conversation, because, well, you are clearly coming at it from a negative point of view, yeah? Or you just don't know. And if you don't know, that's absolutely fine, because I'm quite happy to have a conversation about it. I'm quite happy to explain it's family entertainment. I'm quite happy to explain that, yes, kids do go and watch it, just like how kids go to concerts. But it doesn't mean that, you know, that it's just for kids, you know? So, yeah, that is a bit annoying when you do get that one. That's a slightly different one to, you know, it's fake, right? I mean, you know it's fake, right? You get that a lot. The kids one is another annoying one, though, isn't it? But they're both quite easy to explain away. Star said, I'm 24. I started watching wrestling late 2006. I stopped when I got to high school in 2015, but I did start back again in 2019. Star, shout out to you. That sounds bang on, honestly. I think there's a lot of people that do that. I think that sounds about correct, yes. And you may step away again, honestly. I mean, I think the great thing about wrestling is that it is a constant as well. Like, we see things like Game of Thrones, you know, I mean, people can love that. Well, it's gone now. And Sopranos, people love that, but it's gone now. But the thing with wrestling is it's just always there, rumbling along, ever present, an old friend, you know, that you know is, you know, going to be there, and that you can dip back into, and it ain't going to take you long to figure out what the hell's going on. I mean, the other good thing about wrestling is it's very easy to pick back up, because, I mean, I think certainly WWE, they're constantly thinking about new viewers. They're constantly thinking about attracting the casual fan. They want the casual fan. They want people to watch the product. And so, they're constantly looking for that casual fan to jump in and give them a go, give them a watch, give them a try. And so, they do make it quite easy to pick it back up again. So, hence, if you do step away, it is quite easy to jump back in as a lapsed fan. Tooth Hurty, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. And Matt Carney, appreciate it, buds. Daze, which WWE is best? Is it the dark, adult-themed blood vulgarity? Is it dark, light, brutal, but with some innocence? Is it light, dark, kid-friendly, but with some harsh moments? Or is it light, family-friendly, and wholesome? I think the answer is all. I don't think you would pick one. I mean, I think at kind of different stages in your life, you might select one. Certainly as you get older, you might want it to be a little bit darker because you'll want it to be a little bit more risky, a little bit more blood, a little bit more sex appeal. Kind of, as you get older, I think you want things kind of turned up a little bit more. You want to feel like you're not wasting your time and watching something. And if everything's kind of bland and a little bit safe and a little family friendly, not trying to offend anyone, I think that can, not really appeal as much to the older audience. But if you're a kid, you're not really worried about things like that. You just want fun characters, bright colours, and kind of pyro and J-in and things like that. So you don't need violence and blood. You're not looking for that. You're looking for fun and energy. And so if you're younger, you're looking for the light side, and if you're older, you're looking for the darker sides. And now that's not a rule that works for everyone, of course, but it's a sliding scale. But I would say a general rule of thumb, that would be correct. But I mean, for me personally, I'm looking for a mixture of everything. I mean, I don't want dark all the time. I don't want to watch a show on Monday, Friday, every single week that is just full of blood, full of violence, full of sex and nudity and all of that sort of stuff. I mean, it's obviously very heavy stuff as well. I feel like you want to go to those places once in a while, but I don't think you would want, how many hours? 4.5 hours a week of that every week. Because you need the light and the shades. You need something to counter it. You need something to balance it out. The world is all yin and yang, isn't it? It's all about, the sun follows the night, the good follows the bad. I sort of feel like for those kind of more extreme moments to have impact, you need the lighter moments. And that's actually something that Triple H said. Triple H said that he could book the shows where it's just non-stop action and all this sort of stuff, but it would very quickly become boring. And he's like, I don't want that to happen. I want people... he would much rather, and this was the example he gave, he said that he would much rather direct a film that kind of has a story and builds, and it all results in one gunshot at the end of the film, right? One gunshot at the end of the film, and that gunshot changes everything. That gunshot is shocking, dramatic, impactful, it changes everything, and it's like everything built to this one gunshot, right? He said he would much rather direct a movie like that than a movie that had just guns going all throughout and they didn't mean anything. Some hit, some don't, people die, doesn't matter. Just all throughout the film, there's just gunshots. And he's like, I would much rather do a film where it's, builds up, and when we do that gunshot, it matters. And I really think that shows in his booking. I think it really shows in his booking, because he is someone that for a lot of Raws and a lot of SmackDowns, they are pretty safe, plodding, comfortable, stories progressing, but at a snail's pace. But I mean, you will get moments where things will happen. And when they do happen, they do tend to be quite noteworthy, like Asuka, for example. You know, Asuka kind of teasing that she was going to turn on EO. You know, that kind of story had been building for a good few weeks, and then bang. We actually got to that one a bit quicker than I was expecting. Maybe one that's a bit slower is the whole Finn and Dom situation. If you look at Finn and Dom and how long that's been going on, like, that's going to lead somewhere eventually, but it is just this slow build as we make our way towards that, you know? And then you could say the same with Liv and Roxanne. We don't know what's going to happen there, but obviously Roxanne's in Judgment Day. Kind of feels like that's going to lead to something. Potentially between her and Liv. We don't know that it will, but it could do. I think everyone's expecting Alexa to join the Wyatts. That hasn't happened yet. That feels like it's something that there's just a couple of moments where it's been teased. She's obviously got, like, you know, a lot of Wyatt 6 kind of related icons on her attire. You know, she's got, like, Fiend Friends Forever. And she's got, like, I think she had a 6, didn't she, on her skirts? There's a 6 in the Lily Eye, for example. So, you know, you've got little things like that, and people are waiting for that to happen. People are waiting for Charlotte to turn on Alexa. People have been waiting a long time for the Street Profits to split, and now it feels like they're going to. And, you know, you've just got these little kind of threads that run for a while, and they'll eventually lead to something. And you can sort of see that in his booking. I mean, we could move so much quicker with all of those stories. We could move so much quicker, but he likes to kind of stretch it out a little bit. So I think the honest answer is, for me, a mixture. I think you need some fun, family, entertainment segments, but then, you know, you need your occasional darker moments, and then you need everything in between as well. So a mixture for me. But if you had to pick one, if the question is which one, my answer would be, well, that changes. It changes over time, but for me, it changes by my mood as well. Like, you know, if I'm in the mood for something, like, I might sit down and I might have had a pretty boring day. I might just want to sit down and have something quite exciting, so I would want something a bit darker. If I'd had a day where I've been out all day and maybe I've been Christmas shopping and running around and I just want to sit down and I just want to switch my brain off, well, in those cases, I might want something a bit more chilled and a bit more family friendly and a little bit lighter. I might not want all this kind of blood, gore, violence, sex, you know what I mean? All this kind of stuff. I might just want to sit down and just have something a bit more family friendly. So, yeah, a mixture for me. Miss Dal Jr. said, are you doing UFC 320? There's no boxing or wrestling. I'm very excited for the card. It's Ankalaev against Pereira, Dvalishvili against Sanhagen. You know me, buds. You know the answer I'm going to give you. The answer I'm going to give you is I deal with each weekend as they come. I could not even have told you it was UFC 320 next week. I had no idea. I don't know what next weekend is. I don't know that there's any boxing. I don't know that there's any wrestling. I don't know that there's any UFC. I would have guessed there was UFC, because if there wasn't a PLE, then there would surely be a fight night. But I couldn't have told you what it was. So no idea. I take it each week as it happens. Rent Free said, I stopped wrestling for a few years. Around 2009, 2010, I just lost interest. My reason is that all the guys I grew up watching were retiring, or they were going part-time. The Rock returned, and the Punk Pipe Bomb, that got me back, said Rent Free. Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand. All checks out, all makes sense. Lots of people step away for different reasons, but you know, some people just fall out of love with it as well. I know that this has been a challenging year for people. I've had probably more people this year tell me they're thinking of stepping away than I think I might have had in any previous year, including 2019. So this one seems to have really... But to be honest with you, 2018 was okay, but it wasn't an amazing year, right? 2018 was fine, but it wasn't anything special. So I think when we got to 2019, it felt like a decrease, but it didn't feel like this horrific decrease. It didn't feel like, you know, we'd like really dropped off, whereas I think the past couple of years have been so good. This year probably feels a bit more of a dramatic drop. And so this year, you can sort of understand people being a little bit more like, I just don't know if I can keep doing this. You know, I started watching because of the Wyatt Six, and, you know, what are they doing now? I've had that a lot as well. I've had that a lot where people have been like, I watched for the Wyatt Six. And, like, you know, I was into Nightbird and everything, and we're just not doing any of that now. And it's like, I do understand that, to be honest. I do hear that. I do understand where those people are coming from. Right, we should be underway with our countdown show in just 2 minutes' time. Now, the countdown show is not going to have loads going for it, of course, because the countdown show is an NXT countdown show. Might have the odd little interview. We'll definitely keep an eye on it, but there's no matches scheduled for the countdown show, so we'll keep an eye on it, but it'll probably be a lot of video packages and recaps, whatnot. Right, William said, Daze, I'm a free spirit. My light shines brighter than most. I love watching WWE, and I hate AEW because it just sucks. AEW fans enjoy the in-ring chain moves, always saying how amazing it is, says William. Well, William, shout out to you. I would say you are a free spirit, and I would say you are a shining light. And shout out to you, William. I hope you had a good day. It was lovely speaking to you the other day, by the way. Right, the First 48 Gaming said they showed Jade's forehead washed off the blood. It's gross. You can see her skull. Oh, I want to see her skull. I want to see Jade's skull. I want to get my finger in there. Like that. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't bother me. I don't know why it doesn't bother me, but it doesn't bother me in the slightest. I can look at those pictures and, like, not be bothered. I don't know how I would be in real life. I don't think I'd be bothered in real life, to be honest. What's got me back into wrestling, said Nathan, was Bray and his world. I love horror. I understand the world to have Bo continuing the vision, said Nathan. Duran said Nightbird got me hooked on this stream. Yeah, I think Nightbird was good, actually, for this channel. It did bring a lot of people kind of to the community and, you know, introduced us to a lot of people. I am very grateful for that, but it is a shame that we're not doing things like that. I think, you know, getting stuck into those QR codes and working them out and, you know, chucking theories around, like, that was so good. And I'm sure we will get some of that again in the future. It's just, you know, we've just obviously done a bit of a tag team side quest for a little bit. So, yeah, I'm still hopeful that we can get back to that. Because that was good, and people really enjoyed it as well. Okay, No Mercy countdown. I'm guessing we're going to be at the headquarters, is my guess. That's where we usually are for these pre-shows. Welcome to Satanic Days, yes! When I'm not streaming, I like to drink goblets of blood. Yeah! Well, James, I've got to do something to cheer myself up, haven't I? Because Manchester United are determined to just make me so sad. So I've got to do something to cheer myself up. And if drinking goblets of blood is going to do it, then so be it. Dean said, Daze, what female wrestler would you like to meet in real life? Don't know that I've got one, to be honest. Probably Asuka. I think that she, for me, has probably been my favourite in-ring performer. So I think that would be cool. That would be an honour. So probably go with Asuka. Adrian said, I used to watch another podcast, but then they went to Elimination Chamber. I had to find someone else. You've had me glued, said Adrian. Is it Adrienne? Is that how I say it? Adrian? I've said it a few times now.
Shout out to you, my friend. I mean, look, I love hanging with you guys, chatting away, chucking thoughts around, chucking theories around. I mean, it's what we've done. And we've done it quite a long time as well. I mean, we've been doing this for 7 years. So, I mean, I feel comfortable. We know what we're doing. Hey, Ava has got a message tonight. Apparently, Ava's going to deliver a message. I wonder if she's going to announce the Invasion show. Do you reckon she is? I think after what went down on Tuesday, I think we probably could be getting the Invasion show getting announced. Here's Kalani. Kalani winning that championship last night. Look at that. That is the most impressive thing. I hope you were all just watching that clip then, because there was something so special about what we just saw. And it's not the fact Kalani won. But I don't know if you noticed, but Indy was the referee. And what she did was she went 1, 2, 3. She actually counted the third count, which we don't do in WWE. What we like to do is we like to go 1, 2. Like, that's what we do. But Indy, actually, she does it different. She does it what I like to call the traditional way of, like, refereeing, where you go 1, 2, and then you go down for the third one as well and count the 3. And traditionally, that's how you win a match. So, honestly, I saw that clip last night, and I was like, mate, I remember when we used to do those in WWE. It was good. It was good. I call that the golden era. I call that the golden era of WWE. You remember, don't you? You remember when the referees, the refs, the referees, they used to have the stripe thing. They used to go, didn't they? They used to go 1, 2, 3, and they would hit the mat like that on the third one. But there's this new trend now. It's like fidget spinners. It's like Labubus. And what they do now is they go that like 1, 2, like this, and they like hide their hand away. 1, 2. You can't look at my hand. Was you looking at my hand then? You can't look at my hand. Look at your own hand. If you want to look at someone's hand, look at someone else's hand. You're not looking at my hand. It's like perhaps that's it. Perhaps they get hand shy mid-count. Do you reckon it's that? Perhaps they get like all nervous. Do you know what I mean? Perhaps they haven't done their nails or so. I don't know. And they go 1, 2. Oh my God. Oh! And then they just like pull it away. So I don't know the reasons, but I did see the clip of Indy counting the 3, and I was like, man, we used to do that. Oh God, it was so good. It was so good. The golden era, the golden age of professional wrestling. So yes, well done to Kalani. She is the new Knockouts champion, and we are going to get an announcement apparently tonight. That's what we've just heard from Ava. I don't think the botch count will do anything to stop the online complaining, says Glotness. I think there should be online complaining. I think WWE need to get the message loud and clear. Flipping count the 3. I don't give a flip if Nia was meant to kick out. I don't give a flip if Jade was meant to pull the ref out the ring. I don't give a flip if Jade was meant to pull Nia out the ring, pull Tiffany out the ring. I don't care if the ring was meant to implode. I don't care if the arena was meant to fall down. I don't care what was meant to happen that didn't happen. I saw what did happen, and that is the ref refused to count the 3. There is no excuse. There is no excuse. It doesn't make any sense in kayfabe. The only thing you can say is the ref got bought off. Someone paid the ref to not count the 3. That's the only thing I can think. Either that or the ref's going to go, I thought her shoulder was up. And it's like, she didn't move. Her shoulder was down. She didn't move. I mean, you already counted 2. How can you count 2 and then go, oh, no, I thought her shoulder was up? She didn't move. If you thought her shoulder was down when you counted the 2, why did you think it had suddenly changed? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Should have counted the 3. Should have counted the 3. I'm not going to blame her in the sense of... it's your fault, you should be fired, all that kind of stuff, because there is a clip doing the rounds where Charles Robinson is speaking recently to Chris Van Vliet, and he actually says that, we might swipe instead of counting a 3 because, we don't want the match to end early. And it's like, hang on, whoa. The old rule was you count the 3. Are you telling me that rule has changed now? Are you telling me that in WWE we've changed that rule where you now don't count the 3 and you swipe instead? Because if that is the new rule, then that's what you're going to get, and you'll see it again, what you saw last night. It just makes wrestling look a joke. It just makes it look an absolute joke. Honestly, I woke up quite angry about it, actually. As I was watching it at the time, I was like, it's one of those things. But I think the reason why I woke up a bit angry about it was because I'd read a couple of comments and I'd seen that video, and all of a sudden, I'm starting to think that it's a policy rather than it being an individual mistake. I'm starting to think, actually, it's not that the ref made a mistake. It's that she did what she was told to do, which is swipe on the 2. 1, 2, swipe, right? And so she was always going to do that. She was always doing that, regardless of what Nia did, regardless of what Tiffany did, regardless of what Jade did. That ref was always doing that. She was never going to count that 3. She was never actually going to count the 3. And the problem is, if Nia doesn't get a shoulder up, or Jade doesn't pull someone out the ring, or whatever was meant to happen doesn't happen, you end up with what you had last night, which was an absolute flipping farce. And there's nothing to stop it happening again. If referees are going to do 1, 2, swipe every time they know that this isn't meant to be the finish, what's stopping this happen on a regular basis? What's going to stop it happening again and again and again? I think it just makes it look so rubbish. I think it really looks rubbish. It really, it's one of those where people think wrestling is a joke anyway. That clip doing the rounds is not going to help wrestling's flipping reputation, is it? That clip ain't helping wrestling's reputation. You watch wrestling, you know it's fake. Right? Imagine them people seeing that clip. Blimey hell. They'll have a field day. They'll have a flipping field day. This is where I wish I was in charge of WWE. I would flipping love to have that meeting. I would love to have that meeting where I call all the refs in and make it crystal clear. Your job is to count the 3. You count the 3, right? No more swiping, yeah? Stop trying to add in this artistic flair, right? Stop trying to add to the theatrics, right? Your job is you count the 3, and you flipping count the 3. I don't care if matches end early. I don't care if the wrong person wins. We'll deal with it after. It's more important that we keep the integrity of professional wrestling in check. It's meant to be presented as a real sporting contest. Certainly in WWE. Maybe not on the indies where we've got Jesus doing stuff, Did you see that clip? Maybe on the indies, not so much, but in WWE, it's meant to be like, an athletic contest where people are battling each other to get the win and flipping that finish. I'd love to have that meeting. I promise you no one would leave that room in any doubt as to how I felt about that flipping subject. The Beach said the job's to support the story. The job is to keep the rules integral. Imagine if they count the 3 and it screws up a long-term story. Not their fault. That would be the fault of Nia for not kicking out. That would be the fault of Jade for not grabbing the person and pulling him out the ring. It would not be the referee's fault. That is putting the horse before the cart. What you're saying is that last night was acceptable because the story is more important than the integrity of the match, and that is just completely wrong in my book. The most important thing is that we present this as real a sporting contest as possible, and having a referee do 2 and then refuse to count the 3 because, guys, sorry, but this isn't the story. This isn't what's meant to happen. The referee can't hide or prevent, but that's the only way they can prevent the wrong finish from happening, is by basically just refusing to count. Basically just refusing to count. It's the only thing they can do, and that's what she did. What's even crazier, though, is when she refused to count the 3, it was Tiffany that was pinning anyway. Tiffany was the one that was pinning, and she was meant to win the match. All that happened after was a flipping prettiest moonsault. That was the only thing that happened. So the crazy thing about this example is she wouldn't count the 3 for Tiffany winning when moments later it's Tiffany that won anyway. Crazy. But honestly, even if Nia had got the pin and Nia wasn't meant to win, I'm telling the refs you count the 3. No doubt about it whatsoever. Absolutely 0% doubt in my mind that is the right thing to do. Because the integrity of the match is so important. The whole what we're doing here is, we're putting on matches, digging deep, who's going to get the win, building up the drama, and then the whole thing is just completely undone by the fact we've got referees that aren't going to count 3s when they are clear 3s. I mean, I don't know what you do with that. Do you just ignore it? Do you make it part of a story? I mean, what do you do with that? Do we just laugh at it and move on? I would much rather that belt goes onto someone that shouldn't have it, and then we have to find a way of booking ourselves going forward into a different situation than doing what we did last night. I think it's actually a little bit dangerous to kind of say that that's acceptable. I think, if you are then going to mess around with the integrity of the matches, if you're going to mess around with the integrity of trying to present this as being realistic, you're really picking at the actual fabrics of what pro wrestling in WWE actually is. For me, pro wrestling, certainly the WWE version, is meant to be 2 people, 4 people, however many people battling in a simulated, realistic match. And, the referee is there to uphold the rules. That's what the ref's there for, to uphold the rules, to count to 10. That's a little bit like people being on the outside and they don't make it back in time, sort of saying, oh, it's okay if we just do up to 9 and then just we don't count 10 because that person's not meant to be counted out. It's like, what? If you don't get back in the ring in time, you're counted out. And guess what? You're going to get in trouble when you get to the back, because you should have got back in the ring. Guess what, Nia, if you was meant to get your shoulder up, you're going to be in big trouble when you get to the back because you should have got your shoulder up. It's not the ref that would be in trouble for counting the 3. It's the wrestler for not getting their shoulder up. And then, of course, you've given WWE a headache because now they've got to book their way out of this situation, right? And they've got to find a quick fix. So I don't know if you do another title match the next week and then change it back or what you actually do, but it is not the ref's responsibility to bring the whole integrity of the match into dispute. So no, I'm very firm on that. The ref is part of the production meeting for a reason. They're told what the finish is. They know not to count the 3 until they see that. Well, that's my problem. That's my issue. My frustration is that's not what they were told. Back in the day, famously, it was a case of you count the 3. Actually, WWE in the past has always done a lot for not making the refs put in awkward situations. We actually looked at some house show rules not long ago, and the house show rules were like, please don't bring the referees, don't involve the referees or put them into a tricky situation. There's a lot of occasions where WWE are like, don't put the refs into any kind of vulnerable situation. Like, the ref is there as an official to like officially call the match. So yeah, the referees have got an earpiece as well. I mean, they're being told from Gorilla, they're part of the process, right? But historically, they were told, you count the 3. If the shoulders are down, count the 3. We'll deal with it afterwards. That's an old school rule. The only thing I'd say, though, is that rule was probably pre-pandemic. It's certainly not a TKO rule. It's certainly not a Nick Khan rule. And it certainly is not a Triple H rule. So if that has changed since all those changes came in, then we're now operating with something which I really, really hate. I completely disagree with it. I think what happened last night was embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I think it's a really bad look. I mean, I've not seen like the kind of AEW fan reaction to it, but if they're not blasting WWE for that, then I think they're really missing a trick, because WWE fans would go off on AEW if they'd had a moment like that. I mean, it's bad. You've basically got a referee refusing to count the 3 on international, being beamed around the world, and as I said, it kind of... I know that people got upset about Unreal and like WWE Unreal kind of exposing the business. Well, I hope then people still had the same energy for what happened last night, right? I hope people, because this was way worse than that. WWE Unreal is away from the actual program, and you can choose to watch it if you want. You don't have to watch it. You know what it is. It's going to shed light behind the scenes. So you can watch it if you want. Don't watch it if you don't want. And I had a lot of people saying, I think it's wrong that they're doing that. I think it's wrong they're doing WWE Unreal, because I think it's exposing the business. Well, my response to that is, you can choose to watch it if you want to. You don't have to. But what exposes the business more than a referee refusing to count 3 during the actual show, right? That you're actually watching, that you're actually immersed in, right? That kind of suspending disbelief that what you're watching is real. We do so much with like selling to try and convince you that what we're watching is real. The wrestlers put in all of this work to try and build up this illusion that the match is legitimate. And then you have a referee that just doesn't count the 3 when quite clearly it should have. And what's the excuse? That wasn't the finish. Okay. Well, that's not my fault, is it? That's not the ref's fault. You count the 3, deal with it afterwards. Hunter Biden's laptop said WWE needs to sign Danhausen to host Halloween Havoc, as they don't have Shotzi anymore. Jersey's Finest said, was that the SmackDown main event for the Women's Championship? It was, yes, it was. Main event. Jade is like a stiff robot, said Jack. Tiffy is a generic Barbie. I've seen a lot of people going, it's this person's fault, it's that person's fault, it's this person's fault, it's Nia's fault for not kicking out, it's Tiffany's fault. Everyone's got blamed. Ref's been blamed. Jade's been blamed. Nia's been blamed. Tiffany's been blamed. Everyone's been blamed. The reason why Tiffany has been blamed is because people are saying that she didn't break up the pin kind of quick enough before. And so that meant that when she did get the pin, the referee was like, no, this wasn't the right finish. This isn't the right finish. Like, that's gone wrong. And so in her mind, she's counting 2. This isn't the right finish. We're going to do that again, or we're going to fix it. And so that's where the miscommunication came from. Some other people are thinking that Nia should have got a shoulder up, right? I don't think word has actually got out what was meant to happen. I don't think anyone actually knows what was meant to happen, right? But, yeah, some people are blaming Tiffany, which I think's a bit of a reach. Some people are blaming Nia, which I can understand because Nia, you know, potentially should have got her shoulder up, right? Some people are blaming Jade, saying that Jade should have grabbed Nia and pulled her out the ring, or should have grabbed the ref and pulled the ref out the ring. And that's why Nia didn't get her shoulders up. She didn't get her shoulder up because she's lying there thinking, I don't kick out on this one. It's not going to be a 3 count because Jade's going to make the save, so I don't get my shoulder up. And that could be true, couldn't it? And if that is true, it's not Nia's fault. You can't blame Nia. If Nia is meant to just lie there and Jade grabs the ref and pulls the ref out the ring, right? And that's the finish, then Nia was not in the wrong. And maybe that was the plan, but because Jade had smacked her head, she was like blooming loopy. And so she wasn't in the right place at the wrong time. I mean, if she cracked her head open. So, I mean, she wasn't in position to grab the ref and pull the ref out the ring. I could believe that. I could believe that what was meant to happen was Jade was meant to grab the ref and pull the ref out the ring. So the ref starts counting, thinking I'm about to be pulled out the ring. And, you know, doesn't count the 3 because he's not expecting to have to. But, of course, Jade's not there to pull her out the ring. Because Jade's got bigger concerns, like her flipping skull is exposed. So this is, you know, that might explain as to why. But what I've not seen is, like, the actual reason as to why we ended up where we ended up. Like, what was it that was actually meant to happen? That's the one thing that I've not seen that's kind of come out yet. But for me, I don't care. I don't care if Jade was meant to do this, if Tiffany was meant to do that, if Nia was meant to do this. I don't care what the planned finish was. This is the situation. This is what's happening right now. The referee is counting. She should count the 3. That swipe. I think last night when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's a shame. She's, you know, someone's made a bit of a mistake there. My concern is that, well, actually, if all the refs are under that impression that you swipe on the, you know, and that's the thing we do now, this could be something we see on a semi-regular basis. If people are going to botch these moments and the refs are going to constantly be put in that position, you might see this on a fairly regular basis. I just think it makes things look horrible. I stand firm on this one. My whole campaign for election would be run on this one. I think it's... I mean, I can hear what Jim Cornette's thoughts will be on it already. I mean, those kind of wrestling traditionalists are going to be flipping losing their mind over this. Anyone that's worried about kayfabe and how that has kind of eroded and how they would wish that it was still around, all of those people are going to be flipping down on what happened last night. So... yeah, lots of. I'd say that's the big talking point today. Actually, is the whole reaction to that from last night, and obviously the pictures are doing the rounds as well of Jade. Definitely wishing her a speedy recovery. I mean, I'm guessing she'll have the concussion check, and then I'm hoping like just stitches, and she'll hopefully be okay. Hopefully not too dissimilar to obviously what Jay went through not that long ago, the other day. When he hit himself with a chair, which was kind of skillful, wasn't it? I mean, dude, in the space of less than a week, we've had wrestlers hit themselves with chairs and referees refusing to count 3 counts. I mean, sometimes it is hard being a WWE fan, trying to defend yourself against all these other rival fans, you know? AEW running around saying this is where the best wrestle, and we're like, well, we've got wrestlers that hit themselves with chairs and refs that won't count 3. If that doesn't sum up 2025, then I don't know what does. Imagine if Cody was a little bit late kicking out and the ref counted 3 and Cody lost the title. Yeah. The ref would be fired. No, not true. Ref wouldn't be fired. Historically, the refs were told count the 3. If Cody doesn't kick out, it's not the ref that gets the blame. It's Cody that gets the blame. Cody, you was meant to kick out. You didn't kick out. You know that the ref counts a very... And apparently Charles Robinson said not only does he do it, he verbalizes it as well. 1, 2, like that, so that the wrestler can even hear where we're up to. Which I'd never really thought about, actually, but it does make so much sense, doesn't it? The referee actually counting it, right? There can be no excuse for a referee not counting 3 unless they have been, in kayfabe, paid by one of the wrestlers to be crooked, right? Other than that, like, if you end up going down a road that was not the planned finish, guess what? Got to change plans. Guess what? You just lost your title because you didn't kick out. Why didn't you kick out? Like, that's on you. That ain't on the ref. Historically, it was not on the ref. Whether that rule has changed now, I don't know. I can't comment on that because I was still under the impression that the ref counts the 3. You know, we're starting to find out now that that is not necessarily the case, but I can tell you historically, the ref would not be fired for counting the 3. The refs were always told to count the 3. Benny said, tonight is different. I have got strip steak with sweet succotash. I don't even know what that is. Twix and water. I'm not bothered about the ref mistake. Places like AEW have done way worse. Yes, but we shouldn't be benchmarking ourselves to AEW, should we? We are the standard bearers, yeah? We are the benchmark. We should be above that. And I agree with you. I mean, if you watch back yesterday, I wasn't bothered by it. I woke up today bothered by it. But last night, I wasn't bothered by it. I only became bothered when I became aware that this was a policy now, more so than just an individual error, you know. That's why I became bothered. People are saying it's all-time bads. They're clowns, says Mayor Pete. Duran says, Earl Hebner once said, if Hogan fails to kick out when he was supposed to, some jobber just got a lucky win, says Duran. Glotness said, we don't set the bar, we are the bar. Mayor Pete said, mistakes happen. They do. Mistakes do happen. It's how you react to them if when they do. And for me, what the ref did wasn't a mistake, and that is my problem. Nia not kicking out because she thought she was at 2 rather than 3, that's a mistake. The referee swiping and not refusing to count the 3, that's not a mistake. That's planned. That's something the moment she went down to count, she was never going to be counting that 3. She was never counting the 3. That's the problem. It's not a mistake. She did that on purpose. She was never counting that 3. I can't recall, but some legends or referees said in an interview that the ref gets fined for botching, finishing the result in a different winner, says Johnny. Well, feel free to send it over. I can only repeat what I've said. I've seen interviews as well where referees have confirmed that they count the 3. They're told to count the 3. They count the 3. And you can't blame the ref for counting the 3 if it is a 3. Like, if the wrestler is meant to kick out and they don't kick out, that's not on the ref, is it? And that is the wrestler that is messing up the finish. It's not the ref that's messing up the finish. People are putting the blame on the wrong person. It's not the ref that botches. The ref counts a nice, steady... I mean, the only way it'd be the ref's fault is if they jumped in and went... 1, 2, 3. Do you know what I mean? And the wrestler was like, what? What the flip am I meant to do with that? But, I mean, if the ref comes in and goes, 1, 2, 3... What's the ref meant to do? I mean, if you swipe like you did last night, you're going to end up with what you ended up last night, which is a joke, an embarrassment. People are laughing on it. No one looked at last night and said that's correct. No one looked at last night and went, nice save. Good job. Oh, I don't think anyone noticed, right? Had she counted the 3, no one would have noticed. She would have counted the 3. Tiffany would have won. No one would have noticed. You wouldn't have known that wasn't the finish. Maybe word would have come out afterwards and said, actually, you know, we heard from backstage that Tiffany was meant to do like a prettiest moonsault. The match just ended a little earlier than it should have. Right? But if she'd have counted the 3, we would not even be having this conversation. Right? We wouldn't even know because the integrity of the match would have been kept intact. But the fact that she basically point blank refused to count the 3 counts, I mean, that you just can't hide that. You can't. I can't wait to see how they explain it. I don't want to say you can't explain it because they could always turn around and say the ref was paid. They could always turn around and say the ref was crooked or something like this. I think WWE are just going to want to move on. They're just going to want to leave it where it is. But I don't know. I mean, my concern is the message that the refs have got. If they think that that's acceptable to just not count the 3 now. I really, really don't like that. It makes me think it can happen again. And I just think it's such a bad look for wrestling. So, personally, I have not been down on people being as loud as what they are. I'm not into people getting blamed. I'm not into Nia getting blamed or Tiffany getting blamed or Jade getting blamed. I'm not into like people getting blamed because I don't know what was meant to happen. So you can't say it's Nia's fault because Jade might have should have pulled the ref out of the ring and then Nia should not have got her shoulder up. So you can't say it's this person's fault. You can't say it's that person. Without knowing what the actual finish was, we can't say whose fault it was. The one person that I am looking at going, you should have counted the 3 is the ref. But I'm still not blaming ref Daff directly, right? I'm still not blaming her directly because it could be that she has been told to swipe now onto, which that's my issue right there, is that is now what they're being told. So I'm sort of hoping that the backlash will get them to sort of reconsider their position on that because I really don't want that to happen again. I don't think anyone wants that to happen again. Big Time said, we've been eating so good with this NXT and TNA crossover, but part of me wants TNA fans to enjoy it too. I'm not a TNA fan, but I used to enjoy it. I don't want TNA wrestlers feeling like it's unbalanced. Okay. Jersey said, mistakes happen, but if mistakes keep happening, it's not the first botched pin count, says Jersey's finest. Silver Saka said, that's what I was thinking. Jade was meant to interrupt, but she was just bleeding too bad. Harbour Binger said, can we move on to No Mercy? Will the invasion angle continue tonight? Is there a particular match that we expect TNA to show up in? Will the invasion angle continue tonight? I think they could have a presence. We might see them in the crowds, but I don't know. Yeah, I think there is a chance. I don't know that everyone's going to jump in and invade. I mean, I'm not really looking for that. I mean, we did it on Tuesday. I don't really want them to disrupt this show because I think that would be really frustrating. Certainly when you've got Ober against Ricky, you know? Ober against Ricky, and you've got what seems to be a very intriguing match there. I even think Jacy in action against Lola is a very intriguing match. And we don't have any of the TNA titles being defended. So, I mean, other than just causing issues, there's not really a reason for TNA to make their presence felt tonight other than just sending a message of we'll show up whenever we want, you know? We're still around. We're still a problem. You know, so maybe a little something, but I don't know. I hope they don't go OTT with it. I'm guessing, just like me, you're really hoping that we see like in-ring action and we get like, you know, some good matches and that we eat good, you know. So I think we're all sort of looking for that tonight. I'm looking for that tonight. So if they are going to invade, I would hope it would be in a match that doesn't massively matter, like Javon, Josh Briggs. I mean, we said, didn't we, that Javon, Josh Briggs could go kind of either way. You could have Javon win, you could have Josh Briggs win. I mean, we could have outside interference and in that, and, you know, maybe it ends in a bit of a no contest. That might be a little frustrating, but, you know, I'd much rather take it there than in any of the championship matches. You could do it in Ethan Tavian. I think we're all expecting Ethan to get the win. So, I mean, Ethan getting away with keeping the belt because TNA got involved. Yeah, I could deal with that. That'd be okay. Tavian a bit cheated. You know, looks like he was going to win, but then TNA got involved. I could deal with that, but I don't want any involvement in the Jacy or the Ober match. But I don't think they would book that, to be honest. I think that would be a real mistake if they did that. Big Time said, who do we think is going to win the invasion? Got to think that TNA wins unless NXT wins. Well, I don't know that anyone will win. I mean, I think it's going to lead to a pay-per-view, and it could be honors shared. It could be that, you know, it's, you know, 5-4. I don't know how many matches there'll be, but let's say there's 10, and there's 5 wins for NXT, 4 for TNA. We get to the main event. TNA win it, ends 5-5, and, you know, there's just a bit of a handshake situation. Maybe at that point, TNA have got their belts back, and, you know, there's kind of a mutual handshake, respect, and sort of on we go, you know. I don't know what the exit's going to be. I mean, I don't know that you necessarily want either brand emerging victorious in this. I think that it would be better to just have it as a draw, you know. And just then kind of go, do you know what, respect, and, you know, kind of just move on from that. I hope they've got a plan, because I don't feel any ill will towards TNA, and I don't think this feud is going to make me feel any ill will towards TNA. I know it's nothing but a story and fun and banter. I understand that, and I imagine everyone else understands that. So, I mean, it's not resulting in any real hatred, but, yeah, I think, like, TNA still are not going to want to be disrespected, and I think they are feeling disrespected at the moment because they don't have their belts. That, as we said, is part of the current story arc where they're going to get them back, and, you know, that'll be obviously part of the conclusion of this story arc, I would imagine. And I have no problem if during that time they get one of the NXT belts. They might get the women's one, they might get the men's one, and so then we've got some of their belts, they've got our belts, and do you know what I mean? Like, it could be all part of the story, the bigger story. So, but once we've actually concluded it, like, how do we sort of bring it together and shake hands, and, you know, how do we bring peace in our time? I don't know. I mean, like, if one of the brands wins, then, I don't know, does that give them bragging rights going forward? And, like, that doesn't really sit well. Even if it was NXT that emerged victorious, that wouldn't really, like what Big Time just said. Big Time's like, look, I'm supporting NXT, but I don't want TNA fans to feel like they're getting the rough end of the deal. And, you know, I can understand that viewpoint. I don't want that either. So, you know, I wouldn't want NXT to emerge victorious in this invasion story. But equally, I wouldn't want TNA to emerge victorious in this story, which is why it kind of feels like, you know, 6 matches, 3-3, 10 matches, 5-5, whatever it might be. I mean, the real problem will be if you have 7 matches. I mean, if you have 7 matches, then it would suggest someone's going to win the invasion pay-per-view. So, yeah, I don't know. I'll be very interested to see how they play this story out, to be honest. I'll be very interested to see what the strategy is going forwards. Rob said, I've not called him by his birth name or his wrestling name since he had his greased up scarecrow replace Mickie James on LFG, says Rob. I could see someone from TNA taking the North American belt, said Kader. That would be fine. Yeah. 230 said Joe Hendry is going to end the feud. Well, Joe Hendry has kind of stayed his distance, hasn't he? Joe Hendry has sort of not got involved. I mean, he wasn't part of the TNA invasion, and it did feel like last night he had kind of walked away from TNA a little bit. So it did sort of feel a little bit like he was saying goodbye to TNA. I think even the commentator sort of said wherever he goes next, his home will always be here. And you're kind of like, what? So definitely feels like his time with TNA may have reached its conclusion, unless they're swerving us or swerving me. I mean, I didn't watch the show, but I did see the clip of what was said. He seemed to hang in the ring a little bit after his match as well. Daze, I feel like someone from TNA could win a speed championship, said Age Power Car. Yeah, I could see that. Benny said, if you had to guess the ratings ballpark for NXT this year, it's getting better every year. It's due to HBK, and maybe he can step up to main roster booking. Well, I don't think he would go main roster booking, not whilst we've got Triple H around. So, you know, I feel like we still don't know, do we, what the rating was? There's two different numbers for this week's NXT. So we still don't quite know what NXT did this week. I mean, I think it's going to be hard to kind of grow from where they are unless you start using main roster stars. I feel like NXT is pretty much maxing out with what it's doing. Because when we had Becky, I think we were around 800,000. And, you know, NXT the other week did, I think, was it like 740? Something like that. And then this week, we think it did 707, but we're not sure. There's a couple of rumors of it doing like much less than that. So we're not quite sure what it did. I think the numbers came out initially as 615, but then people are starting to say the 707 is being reported now. So I don't know. Either way, I feel like if you're in the 700,000 range, using largely just what you've got, I think you're maxing out. I don't know that you can squeeze too much more out of that. I think in order to get up to the 800,000 range, you're going to need main roster talent. You're going to need Becky. You're going to need Seth. You're going to need Rhea. You're going to need names like that to kind of go up. I mean, when we did NXT Homecoming, we know that Rhea was advertised for that show. Stephanie was advertised for that show. Lyra was on that show. We didn't know Balor was on, but he was teased in the video, same as Triple H. They said there would be surprises. We knew Tyler Breeze was going to be on that show. We knew DIY were going to be on that show. One of the surprises turned out to be The Miz. I mean, all of that and going back to Full Sail resulted in 740. So, you know, you kind of look at it and go, yeah, I feel like we're kind of really maxing out what we've got if we can get into the 700,000 range with just the NXT talent. To get higher than that, you need main roster. I don't know if they'd give them main roster or not. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I think CW are absolutely flipping thrilled. I think they are absolutely over the moon. I think anything over 650 is a great success. I suppose that I would see 600 to 620 probably as acceptable. I would say that if you get in that sort of range for CW network, I think that's probably positive. I think even if you went to like 580 on CW, I think that's probably okay. I don't know what their expectations were, but I think around that ballpark is kind of 580 to 620. I think that's fine, right? You're not going to want it going lower and lower and lower than that. But I think if you were hanging at that range week after week after week, I would say that's probably acceptable. 650 feels to me like it's really good. That feels to me like, yeah, I mean, we're doing numbers that we would be doing on USA Network. And I believe that is a much more viewed network. I believe that's like a bigger network than the CW network. So if you're doing the numbers on the CW network that you was doing on the USA network, I feel like that's really good. So, of course, if you can get above 650, I mean, then you're just, you know, amazing. So the fact that NXT has been in the 700,000 range has, I think, been amazing. I don't think this is good. I think this is amazing. I think CW executives are just flipping doing cartwheels around the office. So, yeah, I think... I don't know what it'll do next year. I mean, obviously, there's so many different things that you can do. Like, you can bring someone down from the main roster that's maybe struggling with their creative, like, say, an Austin Theory. Bring him down and he could catch fire. And, you know, you could make him champion and he could, like, really, you know, find his feet. You'd never know who they're going to bring in from AEW. I mean, we brought in Ethan Page. I think he's been a great success. They brought in Ricky Saints. I think he's been great. Blake Monroe maybe just struggling a little at the start to kind of get up and running. But I feel like she's found her feet a little bit more. Certainly since she's kind of turned to that sort of darker side. You know, there was a bit of darkness that kind of snuck in. So... yeah, I mean, listen, NXT quality-wise has been fantastic this year. NXT ratings-wise has been fantastic this year. I think everyone would be thrilled with the numbers. I think everyone's been really high on the shows. I think if we was to do a poll now of what the best weekly show was, I would expect NXT to win that poll right now. And so I just think there's a lot of really good positivity around and lots of opportunity. Because, you know, we've had this TNA partnership for a while, but we've never done the Invasion until now. I mean, this partnership's been going for, I don't know, 12 months? And now we're doing the Invasion story that we all thought was going to happen much earlier, right? We're only starting it now. So, I mean, we've got lots that we can dig into with that. And then, of course, you got AAA, and we haven't really done much there. So, you know, we've got that. We've obviously got the partnership with Noah where we brought Inamura over. We've sent Charlie Dempsey over. We've sent... who else did we send? Someone from LFG, didn't we? I can't remember his name, but he's gone over. So he's not someone you see on NXT. He's like a Evolve... Harlem Lewis, isn't it? I think it's Harlem Lewis. That's it. He got sent. Along with Charlie Dempsey. So, you know, we got a working relationship with Noah. We got a working relationship with Marigold. We got a working relationship with TNA. We got, obviously, more than a working relationship with AAA. So, I mean, you've got all the... and who knows if NXT Europe is going to pop up at some point. That's been rumoured. So, I mean, you've got all these opportunities next year, and you never know what else they're working on. Never know what else they're working on. Who saw AAA coming into the family? Hey, that was a hell of a bombshell at WrestleMania. That was just on the pre-show as well. That was the WrestleMania pre-show. WWE is officially announcing the acquisition of AAA, Mexican promotion. I was like, what? It's a hell of a bombshell. That was one of the craziest announcements I can remember, honestly. And we didn't even know. They didn't even Tony Khan us. They didn't even say that there was going to be a big announcement on the pre-show. They just made the announcement. Tony Khan would have... do you know what I mean? We would know that there was a big announcement coming if it was Tony. But WWE just dropped it and went... WWE would like to use this opportunity to officially... and just caught the whole wrestling world off guard. There'd not even been any rumours about it as well. That was bonkers. So, you know, because of that, you just don't know what else they're working on. No idea what else is going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. Dave's got some breaking news. Lainey Reid is out. She's not medically cleared for tonight. Soul is still going to defend the title against someone. Oh, that's a shame. I mean, as much as I'm not into Lainey Reid because I don't know much about her, we have just sat and watched a tournament for a few weeks that Lainey won. So, you know what I mean? Like, I sort of feel like we watched a tournament, Lainey won it. Okay, fine, let's do the match. And now, you know, we get here and she's out. So now we've got someone else stepping in. So that's a shame. I feel sorry for her on that. It's exciting, though, because who's going to step in? Who's going to be that replacement? That'll be exciting. So I'm certainly not down on it in that regard, but it is a shame that we've kind of built Lainey up and then she finally gets to the PLE and that's it. She's off the show, you know. This would be a big stage for her, bigger stage than just a normal weekly Tuesday show, for example. So that's a shame. Benny said, next weekend with Crown Jewel as the one wrestling show is stacked. Are we doing Bound for Glory? I won't be surprised if you're not. WWE is the main focus. Well, WWE is my main focus. I don't know when Bound for Glory is, to be honest. I don't even know if we can do it. I mean, if you're going to tell me that it's on a Sunday and we're free, I mean, I'm open to it. It's October 12th, isn't it? So is that the Sunday? Is that like, are you telling me that is the day after Crown Jewel? Yeah, it is. No, is it? Yeah, it is. So next week we've got UFC because Mr. Dell Jr. tells me there's no wrestling, there's no boxing or anything. So it looks like UFC 320 next week. Week after that would be Crown Jewel. That would be the Saturday. And then on the 12th would be Bound for Glory. And yeah, I mean, if there's nothing else on, yeah. I am genuinely interested in the... I mean, Kalan is defending her belt on that show. She's defending against Indy Hartwell. That show is going to have the Hardys against Team 3D, which, of course, nostalgic. Trick Williams is defending against Mike Santana. Definitely down for that. And we have got a Leon Slater against Javon Evans. So, yeah, everything about that looks interesting. I don't know what this intergender call your shot gauntlet thing is. I'm not sure that's going to be to my personal taste, but whatever. There's some good stuff there. So, yes. Yeah, I think we could do a Saturday, Sunday that weekend. Dan, shout out to you, but Vic said, I think someone's going to come from TNA to get that speed title. Benny said, I don't know either. Yeah, well, I just looked. It's, yeah, Sunday, yeah, so we're not up against any WWE. William said, I don't mind being bound, but they had better do unspeakable things to me, says William. William, shout out to you. Right, where are we? We got 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go, and then we will be underway with this. We will be underway with this show. So it is Sam Roberts and it is Megan Morantz, our hosts of the recap shows. They are just previewing tonight. They're just previewing the NXT Championship match right now. There we go. Daze, hey, bud, are you coming straight out of church? Am I coming straight, what, on that Sunday? No. This is my church. Wrestling is my church. In fact, on Sunday, I'll be going to church by tuning in to professional wrestling. That's my church, bud. Nathan said, I hope that you all enjoy the wrestling this weekend. Dan said, Days reminder, Monday Night Raw, 7 p.m. Yep. I think it might be the last week of that, actually. I think they said it was for like 3 weeks. So, yeah, I think that we've probably got 1 more week to go there. I'm not sure. I think that might be it then. Okay, so as per Shawn Michaels, Lainey is not medically cleared to compete. However, Sol Ruca will still defend her Women's Speed Championship against an unknown opponent. I think that's a really good shout, actually, that it could be a TNA talent. I hope it is, and I hope they win. Who would make sense from TNA? Who would make sense to come in and go up against Sol and win that title for TNA? Indy Hartwell? Would that make sense? Heather by Elegance? Would that make sense? I know that Ash by Elegance is out, but Heather by Elegance? Would she make sense? I know someone it won't be. I bet it's not Masha Slamovich. I would combust if I went into a church, said James. Yeah, that is true, actually. Tribal List said, Days 707 was the correct rating. Right. Thank you. Edward said, the earth is my church. Cody Rhodes is hus. Said, Daze, I just got back from a night out at Pop World. Oh, that's great. I don't mind a bit of Pop World, you know. Hey, a bit of the old classics. Yeah. They had a Pop World in Ipswich. And I went in there a couple of times. I think they might have had one. Yeah, they had one in Southampton that I went to a couple of times as well. I mean, do you know what I mean? It's not like the most... it's not the craziest night out going to a Pop World, but, you know, you can have a bit of fun if you go in with some mates. Big Time said, Days when SmackDown moved to Fox, there was a big chunk of viewers that were lost. A good chunk of them have CW, but they're just not aware that there's still wrestling on free TV. Yeah. I obviously, it's difficult for me to comment too much on that because I'm not, like, in America, but so I can only go off, like, some numbers that I've seen. But my understanding is that CW is widely available, but just not as viewed. I don't know that their schedule is that strong. And I don't know that people are in the habit of really going to CW Network. I suppose in a way it's a little bit like BBC Two for us. Like BBC Two, every TV has got BBC Two. You got BBC One, which is the BBC's main TV channel. It's where all the big Saturday night shows are, and it's where like the news is, and you know, I mean, it's like it's the big channel, right? BBC One. And then you've got like BBC Two, which is where they put more niche interest things on BBC Two. And it's only one channel over. It's like literally the next channel, but the difference in ratings is huge. Because, I mean, people just don't really go to BBC Two. It's a bit niche. You know, you get like, I don't even know what's on BBC Two. I'd love to tell you what's on it. I couldn't even tell you what's on it. I think maybe Gardener's World. What the hell is on BBC Two? I genuinely don't know. Which, I'm going to look at a TV schedule right flipping now. Right now. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, why are we doing this now? Because it needs to be done. Right? So, BBC Two, we've got... Okay, late night BBC Two. Secrets of Jurassic Dinosaurs. 200 Years of the Railway. Final Score, a new chapter. H is for Hawk. Some program about hawks. How the West Was Won, that's a movie. My Darling Clementine, that's a movie. Hairy Bikers, their cooking program. Japan's Northern Wilderness. Gardener's World. I knew Gardener's World was on that show, on that flipping channel. Prayer and Reflection. Kids programs. So kids programs, Gardener's World, cooking program, couple of films, something to do with hawks, something to do with railways. Do you know what I mean? That's BBC Two. BBC One, Match of the Day, all about the flipping football. I mean, people, millions tune into that. BBC News, Strictly Come Dancing. That's where all the celebrities go dancing. That was the Rugby World Cup final. Well done, England. The Women's Rugby World Cup final was played today. And England emerged victorious. Unlucky to Canada. Unlucky Canada. Love you guys. You did well. But England getting the job done. That's what BBC One had. Didn't have flipping H's for Hawk. So my understanding is it's a bit like that. You know? People have got access to CW Network, but it's got flipping Gardener's World on it. Right, here we go then. NXT No Mercy. I don't even know what the first match is. We're at Fort Lauderdale in Florida. There are some NXT fans. There are some Floridians. NXT. There is Lola Vice. Lola Vice backstage. She's going to be taking on Jacy Jayne. There's Jacy and Fallon. It's just not the same, is it? It's not the same without Jasmine. It's not the same. There's Jordynne. She's going to be in a weaponized steel cage match tonight. Jordynne Grace in action. And there is Blake Monroe. There is Ricky Saints. He's looking good, mate. Ricky Saints is looking good. Ricky Saints has really got style. Is tonight the night? Ricky said that a lot of people have helped him in his career. And tonight is the night he hopes to repay them. Repay his family. Repay himself. It's a big night tonight for Ricky. It's a big night tonight. Okay, we've got a lot of Vice City signs. We got a sign there that said Blake fears Jordynne. We've got a very similar setup, actually, to last week, or the other week when we went Homecoming, where the ramp goes straight to the ring. We got another one of those. I always think WCW when I think of that. WWE rarely do that. But we've seen it a few times in NXT now. Those glasses on Blake are horrible, said Wrestling Fam. HHC, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the kind words. Benny said, I'm surprised if it'll be Tessa. Oh, I can't see it being Tessa. Oh, I'll be really surprised. I'll be really surprised. Hey, with WWE, though, you never know. Okay, so we just got video packages right now. Steve said, I think we're getting multiple title changes tonight. I'm not sure about the speed title now, though. Taker said, was Tiffany supposed to lose last night? No. Tiffany was supposed to win. HHC said, I love when you did the toy hunts. Yeah, I definitely want to get more of those done. I know that I need more. I know that I need to get more done. I will. I'd actually like to get 2 in. I feel like I need to do 2 more than 1. I am going to make that a priority soon. Just not right now. Trish said Gardener's Worlds. Yeah, we could watch that, but I've decided not to. We're going to watch NXT instead. So, sorry to anyone that's tuning in and joining us, hoping that we was going to be watching Gardener's World tonight. We've decided against it. Okay, Ricky Saints against Oba Femi tonight. So we've just got the open at the moment. We haven't actually started with our opening contest yet, but there's plenty of action on the way. And now, let's go. If we don't tolerate Blake slander here, I acknowledge that comment, says Brony. Bradley said it could be either Charlotte or Alexa. Oh, your boy is bouncy. We're starting with the young OG. We're starting with the young OG. That boy is bouncy. Mates, the SmackDown superstar has arrived. The talk of the town. Your wrestler's favorite wrestler. Javon Evans. Josh Briggs. Vic's just talking to Booker about the young OG. Booker T said this is about to pop off. Here's Josh Briggs making his way down. Hopefully it's just going to be a fun opening match, man. Briggs does feel, and I think it has already been said, he does feel a little bit like this generation's Baron Corbin at the moment. Like, you know, a slightly bigger guy. I mean, Corbin was tall. He didn't have, like, the physique. He didn't have... I think Briggs is bigger, right? But, yeah, I feel like Baron Corbin was someone that didn't have it quite worked out. When he was in NXT the first time, you were still waiting for him for it to click. I feel like with Briggs, it hasn't quite clicked. You know, I mean, is he going to keep that thing on his shoulder that's smoking? Is that going to be part of his presentation going forward? I feel like his ring gear has little changes to it quite often. I couldn't even tell you what his music sounds like. You could play me Josh Briggs's music and go, what wrestler is this? I'd be like, I have not got a flipping clue. I have no idea. So, I mean, I don't feel like his presentation is that impactful. So, do you know what I mean? Like, there's just elements that just don't feel like they're set in stone. I feel like Corbin was a bit like that. You was waiting for him to, like, get it all to click. And then they ended up calling him up. You know, Corbin never won the NXT championship. But they ended up, like, seeing something in him and just calling him up. And then, I don't know. I mean, it was weird, wasn't it? He was used quite a bit, but it was weird. Right now, we got Javon favouring his right hip at the moment. Javon thrown over to the railing. Shot coming in. Rob said, my mum just said, I think the height would be more important. It lets you know how far they can reach. Briggs hasn't got a personality, said Spawny Boy. Yeah, I think there is potential. Oh, look at that. Springboard crossbody. Lovely work there by Javon. Briggs goes back against the ropes. Young OG, top rope. Takes Briggs over. Into a drop kick. Briggs is in trouble early here. Young OG looking out at the fans. Young OG. Charging in, gets picked up by Briggs. Briggs powering Javon over into the corner, throwing him back elbows there by Briggs. Another shot coming in by Briggs. Young OG goes down. You suck is the chant. Javon gets hurled across the ring. Elbow drop. 1, 2. Kick out. Briggs has got no flavour. He's forgettable. Needs to bring out his character, said Sis. Stairs get me worried after last night. I don't want anyone else to have their skull visible, said Wrestling Fam. Someone effed up on the graphics. There was a picture of Samantha Irvin when it said Kelly Kincaid. Really, David? Really? That's a hell of a mistake if someone has put a picture of, Samantha Irvin there instead. I don't even know how you make that mistake, to be honest. I don't even realise that. 1, 2, no joy. Backbreaker there by Javon. I'm just looking to see if anyone has reported that. So, lovely backbreaker there by Briggs. Young OG down. Daze, did you hear that Joe Hendry is going full-time? I heard they were interested in him. I think I'd heard that they were looking more early next year, though. But yeah, last night it seemed to be that he was stepping away. So it does feel like that's the direction we're going, yes. It does feel like he's done. In the corner goes Javon. Javon is down right now. So Briggs in control. The pace of this has been slowed down. Gotta love having Angry Orchards as the main sponsor. At least have alcohol. That's good, said Alex. James said, I don't want anyone to lose their job, but how did they release Dijak and keep Briggs and Ridge? Well, I suppose it comes down to potential, doesn't it? I mean, for some reason, I agree with you. I don't want anyone to lose their job either. I think you did that very well. I can't explain Dijak being released. The only thing I can think is that they just felt like he'd been there a while and they just weren't seeing the improvements, or that something was frustrating them and they just couldn't get movement on it, or I don't know. He was such a good in-ring talent. It's really hard to get an answer to that, isn't it? I feel like if you actually worked there, it would maybe make a bit more sense. I mean, if you worked there and you was in the room and you could understand why and hear why. I mean, there must be a reason, of course. You don't just get rid of someone for the lols. But what that reason, I don't know. I mean, was he argumentative? Was he constantly pushing back? Like, were they giving him stories and he was like, attitude or something like that? I don't want to paint a picture that's not true. I mean, I have no idea, but... Javon going into the railings. And that front row railing really went over there. I'm surprised we're not using barricades, actually, but... Yeah, he just went hard against those railings. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why we got rid of Dijak. He was excellent, and he was on a hell of a run as well. He was putting on banger PLE matches. Young OG is down on the outside of the ring. It's been quite slow pace. You can't wrestle is the chant. What's this? Word coming in that Jordynne Grace has got a broken thumb heading into the steel cage match tonight. Looks like there's a few people nursing a few injuries, unfortunately. Briggs grabbing the hair of the young OG. Stomp coming in there by Briggs. So Briggs keeping Javon grounded. The pace of this being a little bit slow. It's not the barn burner opener we were hoping for. I mean, of course, Javon's going to come back. It's going to pick up the pace, but even so, kind of hoping for something a bit more like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Boos by the crowd. Vic Joseph's like, can you give Briggs some credit here to Booker T? Booker T said Briggs is a hell of a talent as Javon starts fighting back. There's a big right hand there. Coming in again. Some shots coming in there by Briggs. Shots coming back there by Javon, the young OG. Big boot to the midsection there by Briggs against the ropes. Young OG off that bottom rope into a German. Lovely work there by the young OG. Javon Evans. Another shot coming in by Javon. Back against the right. Another big shot coming in there by Javon. Slap coming back there by Briggs. Super kick there by Javon. Back against the rope. Big clothesline. Duck underneath. Against the ropes. Big kick. This boy is bouncy. Bang, and again. This time Briggs goes down. Young OG off the ropes, flipping over. Big boot. Briggs back in the corner. Young OG on his feet. Hello, we're taking our shirts off. Do I do that? Are we all doing that? Or he chucks the shirt over at Briggs. Throws in some shots. Pop, pop, pop. Digging into the midsection. Backing away. Lovely right hands. Lovely right hands. Yeah, David's was correct, by the way. Young OG, comes crashing down. On top of Briggs. Going to the outsides. He's perched up top. Big splash there by Javon. 1, 2. Okay. Referee did count the 3 there, but Briggs had managed to get the shoulder up in time. I think they could show the replay, and they could show that the shoulder was up. One, two. Yeah, you see, that's really interesting. The ref counts the 3. And that clearly was not the finish, but the ref didn't swipe. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. My heart is full. My heart is full. That's how it should be. Listen, you can make an argument. The referee can make the argument that Briggs got his shoulder up. My hand went down on the 3 because I can't stop my hand when it's like going down. Briggs ran that too close. If you go frame by frame, you might be able to make the argument that Briggs didn't get the shoulder up in time. But there's enough of a debate there where you can be like, you know, did he, didn't he? You'd have to go back and like frame by frame it, because Briggs does get his shoulder up, but it's like, where was it? Where was it? Was it milliseconds? Not milliseconds? Ugh. Right now, we've got Javon. I definitely want to put that into the talking points video. Certainly with everything that went down yesterday. Big Superman punch coming in there by Javon, and another shot as well. Young OG going back against the ropes. Back elbow there by Briggs. Another big shot coming in. Kick coming in by Javon. Javon against the ropes. Big boot there by Briggs. And again, oh my God! He just kicked him and then kicked him again. The way that he delivered both of those kicks in quick succession was very impressive. Very impressive. In the ring goes the young OG. Grabs him. Picks him up. Knee coming in. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Referee is in and just checking on Javon. So Booker said these fans in the arena just woke Javon Evans up. Matt Pete said, read the chat, he swiped. Ref swiped. No, the ref counted the 3. You heard it hit the mat. I'm not trolling. It went 1, 2, and you could hear the third thud. Right now, we got Javon going up. We've got Briggs up there as well. Looking for a choke slam off the top there by Briggs. Whoa! Javon over rotates, lands on his feet. Javon looks over at Briggs, comes in, goes for a big boot. Briggs goes down. Young OG off that middle rope. Gets caught. Choke slam down. 1, 2. Oh. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Match continues. If the ref counted 3, why isn't the match over? Well, if you go 1, 2, and you're bringing your hand down, like, the shoulder could get up, like, as you're that far away from the mat. So as you're about to do the count, the shoulder could be up. I mean, you can't just, like, stop your hand, like, dead, can you? If you've got your hand moving, the momentum is going to bring your hand down. Like, if you're that far off the making the count, I don't know that you can just, like, stop completely. So the momentum could mean that you hit for the thirds. Foot on the rope. Foot on the rope. Double axe handle. Kick coming in there by Briggs. Grabbing a hold of the hair. WrestleRant said they gave Briggs way too much offense. I think they gave him too much offense at the start of the match. I must admit, the way this thing's laid out is kind of interesting. Like, having Javon come back, this thing is going longer than I was expecting. Javon down, grabbing a hold of the leg of Briggs. Pushes Briggs back into the corner. And again. Slap coming in there by Javon. Is unloading. Whoa, big knee there by Javon. Going against the ropes. Springboard. Kick coming in there by Briggs. Looking for a big choke slam. Picks him up. Oh, into a cutter. Great work by Javon. Javon goes up. Huge. That'll do it. 1, 2, 3. Javon gets the win. Javon gets the win, but he had to dig deep for it. Okay, this poll that we were running is really close. So that came out as 51-49. So very, very close when it comes to our Ober Ricky poll. Javon picks up the victory. That feels like the right result to me. I know they were trying to build up Briggs, but this feels like the right result. If you're Javon Evans... Yeah. I wondered what he was going to say there. If you're Javon Evans, you can now turn your attention to the X division. So it seems like that's what's going to be next for the young OG, turning his attention over to the X division. Last night, the young OG and Sammy was phenomenal, said Dr. Lucha Lola. The match sucks, probably because Briggs had a ton of offense. It was a weird little contest, I will admit. Kind of felt like it was quite slow. Then it felt like Javon came back, and it kind of felt like that was going to be the finish. But then Briggs came back again. I mean, what I will say, though, clean finish at the end. I'll take that all day long. So I did wonder if there was going to be some like TNA involvement in that. But no. Okay, we're looking back at a classic moment from No Mercy history. Probably getting some time off NXT and then going to TNA until that next match, said Wrestling Fan. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't even know when that match is. It's Bound for Glory, isn't it? Which is not next week, but the week after. So, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Perhaps he'll have a couple of weeks of just focusing a bit on TNA. Geordie said, I swear the whole convo yesterday was that small guys can't compete with big guys. And now people are complaining that the big guy had more offense. I don't know what conversation was in the chat, but yeah, I mean, the young OG obviously having to battle hard to get the victory there. James said, imagine doing a drinking game during the Rumble and taking a shot every time someone gets eliminated. Well, you'd be very drunk, wouldn't you? Because there's 2 Rumbles. So, I mean, you would be taking 58 shots, is it? So, I mean, James, you can do that if you want. Let me know. Let me know how you get on. Brody said, I just can't wrap my head around why they gave JD the tag titles and Dominic the IC title when they never defend them. We've had this issue happen several times with Judgment Day. Well, Dominic, yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, I don't think Dominic's IC run has been very good. I think it's been a bit underwhelming. In regards to the tag titles, yes, I think they've only been defended. I think it was Kofi the other day shared a stat. They've only been defended once since July. So, I mean, yeah. Raw, I think, has, in that regard, really dropped the ball. I mean, if you look at the SmackDown tag division compared to the Raw tag division, SmackDown tag division has had a big focus on it. SmackDown tag division has obviously been something that they've tried to ignite, and they've tried to, you know, really get going. But in regards to the Raw division, they've not put that level of work in. So we've not really built up lots of teams for Judgment Day to face. It's still not an excuse. They should still absolutely be defending the belt, but it is strange how we've built up the SmackDown tag division and not so much the Raw tag division. Johnny said, No Mercy has turned into a recap. This is, I don't really understand this. Yeah, I mean, I'm sat here watching a clip from No Mercy 2023, and I really don't know why. I don't know why. David said, if they're going to show classic No Mercy moments, will they show Cesaro No Mercy 2017? I don't know what they're going to show, but I'm not really a fan of them showing this because I didn't really tune in for these moments unless, I don't know, we're not at a break or anything, are we? We're not at a break somewhere and we're filling that time with like a recap moment or something. I don't think so. I think we're all just watching clips from the past. Don't know. I can't wait for the day that Judgment Day split up, said Brony, because the teases have been going on for years between Finn and Dom. I'm hoping that things start picking up when Liv returns. It is commercial in the US. Right. Okay, that makes more sense now. That's fine. If that's what it is, that's fine. If we're at commercial, that's fine. I mean, I didn't know we were at commercial somewhere. Okay, Booker T, Vic Joseph, are just talking about Kalani winning at Victory Road. Trini said, as much as people dislike Road Dogg, he is a tag team guy. So it's not surprising that his move to SmackDown Creative coincides with the tag team revival. Well, you know, I don't think SmackDown has been brilliant in 2025. I think it's had some good moments and some bad moments. But I think that has been a real positive. Okay, we're just seeing Kalani victorious. Here's Kalani after the match. I get to represent TNA and NXT. Okay, so Kalani was just talking about how no one can do it like her. Because all fired up. Okay, Lainey Reid. So is that going to be our next match, is it? Are we moving over to the Sol Ruca Lainey Reid match now? Yes. Sol Ruca making her way out. So who's it going to be? Are they going to have got someone exciting? Or is it just going to be someone... You know, I mean, maybe it's like a Kendall Gray or someone like... I mean, I wouldn't be down on a Kendall Gray. The hell is Zarya doing? Is Zarya, like, drawn a little goatee on her? Is she trying to be... I don't know. I don't know if she was trying to impersonate, like, a famous... So there's Sol. Oh, it's probably just face paint, isn't it? I thought she'd drawn a little goatee on herself. Okay, here we go. Who's going to be the opponent? We know it's not Lainey. There's a big flag that says Soul Snatcher. So, crowd are cheering. It's Jada Parker. So, Jada Parker's the replacement. It's not like a crazy main roster name. It's Jada Parker, which, you know, that's okay. Gets her on the cards. She wasn't on the show. It gets her on the show, but it's maybe not the most exciting option out of all of the options. Okay, you guys enjoyed that opening match. You scored it great 68. Jada is more than a speed champion, said Austin. Well, it gets her on the show, doesn't it? It gets her on the show. Mike Rome doing the intros. So, Sol Ruca versus Jada Parker. This can go 5 minutes because it is for the championship. I am going to say something controversial. I don't mind speeds. I ain't in love with it, but I don't mind it. Five minutes. You can't really afford to like defend or try and avoid or evade, or you just gotta go at your opponent. Just go at them, try and outmaneuver them, outfox them. 5 minutes to try and secure the victory. Okay, so Speed Championship on the line. We could get a new champ here. Jada goes right at Sol. Sol goes round the back of Jada. Pin, quick pin attempts. She reverses. I'm not a fan of the quick pin attempts. I mean, you've not done anything to wear your opponent down, so going straight into the quick pin, I think, is a mistake. But shot coming in there by Sol. Sol going over the rope. She's got... she almost had Jada tied up there. I think she was probably meant to get her into a bit more of a stretch, but lost her balance a little. Boot as Jada goes to the outsides. Sol goes outside the ring. You can see Jada over by the railing. Sol jumps on the ring steps, cannonballs off, lands on top of Jada, and actually Sol does a bit of a mock there of Jada's signature move. She gets back in the ring as Jada rolls through, goes to the other sides. She goes for a baseball slide, gets caught there by Jada. Shot coming in. Clock continuing to tick down. We've had a minute gone already. Jada grabbing the legs of Sol. Coming in, stomping down. Going for the cover. 1, 2, no joy. 1. Just a 1 count. Trying to get a double underhook. No joy round the back. Legs into the back as Jada goes down. Sol going up. No joy. In the corner. Prevented there by Jada. Sol in the corner. Jada goes in. Oh, she couldn't even do it. Booker was like, let me see it, but she couldn't even do her thing. Oh. Falcon Arrow going for the cover. 1, 2. 2 minutes 52. We've had 2 minutes gone so far. Right now we got Jada with Sol looking for a suplex. She's got Sol up against the ropes. Little bit botchy. They both go down. Sol goes for the cover, but that shoulder's up. Referee couldn't really see it, though. He was in a wrong position. Sol going against the ropes. Knee strike coming in. Jada goes down. Jada trying to roll out the ring. Sol at the top to the outsides. Jada doesn't know if she's coming or going. The communication between these two is just off. It's been a couple of moments there where they've just not quite been on the same page. I mean, part of it is going to be, of course, the fact that it was not meant to be Jada that was in this match. DDT, she's stepping in last minute. 1, 2, shoulder up. Yeah, we're at 1 minute 40. I feel like WWE should use CM Punk, AJ Lee, and Sol to get a deal with Vans, said Poppy Crocs. Another shot coming in there by Jada. Chop coming in. Drives it down. We got 1 minute 20 on the clock. Sol on the outside of the ring. Jada coming over, grabbing a hold of Sol. Jada gets dragged out the ring there by Sol. She's on the outsides. Sol, no joy. Jada hurling Sol into the ring steps. Sol goes over the steps. We're into the final minute. These two are still fighting on the outsides. Sol is going to look to do standing moonsault. No joy. Ugh. What was that? Hypnotic. It's like a hip attack, wasn't it? I think, do they call it hypnotic? Sol back in the ring. Jada looks over at Zarya. Okay, now we got Lash Legend that's come out. Zarya hits a spear on Lash Legends. Jada's looking to get back in the ring. We've only got 20-odd seconds to go. Soul Snatcher connects. And that's going to get it for Sol Ruca. So, Sol Ruca wins thanks to a Soul Snatcher. Lash Legend getting involved. And, I don't mind the finish. I think the match itself was a little clunky. I think there was a bit of miscommunication at times. But there we go. It's a win for Sol. Sol retains. Sola's got the sickest finisher, said Poppy Crocs. Durant said, if the Speed Championship, my strategy would be slow the match down, do a lot of submission moves, throw my opponent out the ring. Time runs out. Who cares? The title just stays with me. Yeah, do you know what? If there's a heel champion, that might not be a bad strategy. If you have a heel champion, they could do that. It was underwhelming, said Spawny Boy. They should call up Lash already, said Dr. Lucha Lala. She's already shown that she can hang with someone like Nia. WrestleRant said it was a horrible ending. Soul has got the 6th finisher. Not the best match. Jada is better than this, said Sis. Colton said, what is your favourite song? I don't think I have one, to be honest, buds. My favourite song probably changes every single year, if not several times every single year. I don't know. Does anyone have like a favourite song, like a number one song? I genuinely don't think I have one. Okay, we got an Evolve advert. What happened to Reid? Well, she picked up an injury, didn't she? So, unable to compete. Did they specify, like, what it was? Inform fans, she was injured during training. So what that injury was, don't know. So, Lainey picked up an injury during training. James said, I'm just thinking, I wonder if Lainey's injury is a worked injury so that it helps retain. It's more of a surprise. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Injured during training, and then, like, you know, it just keeps the belt on Soul for a little bit, and then eventually we do get to that match, and maybe Lainey gets it a bit further down the road. Yeah, maybe. I think, you know, if it is real, obviously that's very unfortunate. She's been showcased a lot, worked a lot. You know, she deserves, obviously, this opportunity. They've obviously built her up, given her wins. And I think Lainey is someone people aren't bothered by at this stage. So putting her in a speed match is not really anything anyone's going to care about. But, you know, a lot of the reaction in the chat was that Jada is better than being in this match. But to be honest with you, the alternative was that Jada just wasn't on this show at all. So she wasn't meant to be in the match. She was just a replacement. So I have no problem with Jada being in the match. As a replacement for Lainey. I don't have a problem with the speed thing. I don't think that match was a good match. I do wonder if they had been each other's original opponent and they had a chance to work on a few things, if it would have been smoother and better. I don't know. I honestly don't know. You could make an argument that the 5 minutes and just go, that's not going to work for everyone, and that's going to result in more miscommunication. I think there's some truth to that. You know, if you work a slower pace match and don't do as much and, you know, kind of ease yourself into the match and then do a few spots and all of that stuff, got time to breathe, like, that would be a lot easier to deliver a match. But if you're in a speed match where it's like you got 5 minutes, you got to go do this spot, then we're doing that, and now we're doing this, now we're doing that, there's obviously not as much room to breathe, and there's more opportunity for things to go wrong. So I do think that the format probably is going to result in a bit more miscommunication. But if it all clicks, it could result in some really fun matches as well. So I'm not down on the speed thing, but yeah, that last match I don't think was a good example of it. Jam said, I'd be surprised if Jace's title reign lives to see another day after tonight. But then again, she has had a solid reign so far. Sonny said, I'll be right back. I'm going to look at Domino's to see how much their pizzas are. Puppy Croc said, my favourite song used to be the halftime score song, but then Daze took it away. I was toying with the idea of bringing it back, but yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at that yet. It's just something else that's on the old to-do list. Okay. Here's Joe. Joe's name had like TNA colors around it. Here's Dark State. If you're not with Dark State, you're against us. So Dark State have sent a warning to Joe Hendry there. Well, I don't know what's coming out of that. He just went, if I'm not with them, I'm against them. That's interesting. Okay, we're back with Booker and Vic Joseph. Rob said, I'm just waiting for a Dark State promo where Cutler just yells booty out of nowhere. Okay. Cage match, maybe? Yeah. Cage match. So it's time for the weaponized cage match. So it's going to be Jordynne Grace against Blake Monroe. Right. Big Time said, Daze, am I the only one that thinks the pacing has been dreadful? Feels like we're getting 10 minutes of filler in between the matches. No, I agree. I'm really not a fan of those kind of segments in between. I mean, I didn't need Dark State and Joe Hendry just, and if I was going to get some, I would have liked some a bit more impactful than that. So, yeah, for me, like, that wasn't, like, that captivating. It wasn't that interesting. It's just a bit of a backstage segment that could have happened during an NXT. So, personally, didn't really need that. I don't mind segments in between, but I just wish they had a bit more, you know, weight behind them. This is like a PLE, like... I mean, Dark State on this show, so... I'm not expecting that to me, not expecting that to set up something later on in this show, for example, you know? And then apparently, like, the flashbacks that we've had, that's had something to do with commercials. So if that's true, then, well, okay. I suppose it's either that or just the graphic that we get from time to time, so... But yeah, I agree, like, the pacing of this is a bit strange. Okay, we just got a video package right now as we're looking back at Blake and Jordynne and everything that's gone down in this feuds. Right. I completely forgot Jordynne Grace was a Rosebuds, says James. Wrestle Andy said, Daze, we always think, who do you think is going to be the face of WWE? But who do we think is next for the women? I think Sol Ruca. Who do I think is going to be the next face for the women? From NXT right now. Yeah, I think you could be right. I'm going through Jordynne Grace, and like Jordynne Grace has got a good size, so I'm thinking, like, is it going to be Jordynne? This feud just hasn't felt that great. Like, this feud just hasn't felt that captivating. Yeah, I think you could be right. I think that Soul Snatcher, I mean, Sol Ruca's so innovative. I do wonder about Kalani as well. I think she's been excellent. I think Kalani is someone that's kind of
reached a bit of a plateau and is like struggling to kick on. I feel like she had a really fast rise and then she just sort of stayed there. And so, you know, we've been waiting for her to like kick on again, and I think she will. I think she will kind of kick on again, but she's just been a bit flat for a while. Jordynne Grace, I think, has been in a bit of a rubbish feud, to be honest. I've not massively enjoyed this feud. This certainly hasn't been a reason why I've been tuning into NXT, you know? So, yeah, I think, like, if we get Jordynne involved in something else, it would be interesting. I mean, look, this match could bang. This match could bang, and it could be a case where we really do get something worthwhile out of it. But up to this point, I think I've got to say the feud's been underwhelming for me. But hopefully this match is going to make it all worth it. It's kind of fun having Blake Monroe's image on the side of that trash can. So, I mean, I'm high on Kendall Gray as someone for the future. I can't say she's going to be the face, though. But I am high on Kendall Gray. Blake Monroe, I think they're going to push hard. But again, this feud's been a bit flat, so I'm not probably that high on Blake Monroe at the moment. So I was just mentally trying to go through like a list of NXT talents. And, you know, Jada Parker's good. Lola Vice is good. I think they've all got their limitations. I think Sol Ruca's athleticism, innovation, soul snatcher, you know, good looking girl as well. She can speak English. She's, you know, very clear. Promos are pretty good. She's fun. Likeable, relatable. I think she's bringing a lot. You know, word is they're ready to call her up as well. So WWE definitely see a bright future for her. So whether she'll be the face, though, I don't know. But with the options on the table, I think she's got to be one of those names that's in the mix. But I think Jordynne as well. I mean, you know, we haven't got too many girls that are as strong as Jordynne. I mean, she really is someone that can get in there and, you know, she's a presence. If her music hits, if someone's causing, a heel's causing trouble and Jordynne's music hits to make the save, on the main roster, I think you would be like, oh, man, here we go. I think there is like an aura there. Here's Blake. Masterback said, I just ate a Boston cream donut. It was delicious. Oh, that's great. Blake Monroe is wearing like Dudley Boys type attire. That's great. That's really good. So Jordynne's in white, which makes me think she might get busted open. And now we've got Blake Monroe making her way down. She's channeling her inner Dudley Boys. Very good. Vic said, when is Ava doing this big announcement? Maybe some TNA stars will come later, and then she'll say it to end with another brawl. Yeah, I'm not sure when we're going to get to that announcement. Okay, Blake Monroe getting in. I'm wondering if it's going to be connected to that invasion situation. I can't hear. There's a video of Sean talking to Javon. Can't quite hear what's being said. But there is footage of him talking to Javon. I've added it in the Talking Points video. Okay, right now we have got pink chair being used. Some of these weapons are coloured pink for Blake. There's a kendo stick being used right now there by Blake. And again... Again, kendo stick being used to the midsection. And it's Jordynne walloping, absolutely walloping Blake. She's calling for her to get up. Looking for a spine buster, gets it. Spine buster, one. Oh, I think it was just a one count there. So, spine buster. Right. We have sacrificed Jordynne's aura for Mariah's aura, in my opinion, said Nathan. Well, yeah, as we said, I've not massively been feeling this feud, but I think this match could really bang, though. I'm very excited about what we're going to do here. She's got it turned over right now. We got... Oh, mate, look at that. That is amazing. We've got a Boston Crab being applied to Blake Monroe. She's put a chair over her so she can sit down while she's doing it. That is so good. That is so good. Right now, we've got a chair being set up by Jordynne. Kind of moving it over, folding it up. I don't know what she's doing with it. She's going to set it in the corner. So, Blake Monroe was really being bent out of shape there. She was really being, like, contorted. That steel chair in the corner. Right now we got Blake Monroe. She's trying to find a way of breaking out. No, gets picked up. She's going to get rammed in the corner, reversed. Ooh, it's Jordynne that's in the corner. Blake almost goes into the chair. Jordynne goes into the chair. Blake Monroe moves out the way. Jordynne goes into that chair. Blake Monroe coming over, grabbing Jordynne, hurling her into the side of the cage. Blake Monroe looking at the referee. Jordynne Grace down. Nathan said, I say this because WWE were very high on Jordynne. They had an opportunity to sign Mariah and they took it. Yeah, they should have signed Mariah. I don't think that was a mistake. I don't think this feud was a mistake. It makes sense to bring Mariah in and give her a big feud. It also makes sense to give Jordynne something to occupy her. I think Jordynne would be right up there competing for the title if she wasn't occupied. Right now we got Jordynne's hand trapped in the cage as Blake Monroe stomps down on Jordynne. Jordynne, middle of the ring. No leftovers. Wearing all white, she's bleeding, said Eric Sonapol. Okay, trash can smashed over Jordynne. 1, 2. Right now we got Blake back up on her feet. Going over, grabbing that kendo stick. Jordynne Grace is still down. That kendo stick. Where's she put that kendo stick? She put it on the hand. Yeah, she's put it on the hand. So Jordynne's hand was down. The kendo stick has been put on top. Right now, Blake Monroe is... big swing! No joy. Coming in again. No joy. Jordynne with that kendo stick. Swing and a miss. Oh, mate, that was like a skull-crushing finale by Blake Monroe. One. Just a 1 count for that. Just a 1 count. So Jordynne is still down. Solid belt trash can. Normally they collapse when you breathe on them, said V85. Mosey said, you should give me whatever you've got down there. What's that mean? What do you mean? Whatever I've got down where? Are you hitting on me, Mosey? Well, I don't understand what this is. Is this like a sex thing? Right now we got a hairdryer being used. She was trying to wrap the hairdryer around the hands of Jordynne, and yeah, she is now. She's tying her to the ropes with a hairdryer. And shots raining down. Not the hairdryer, said Sis. Well, this is a weaponized cage match. I think we knew that a hairdryer would be involved. When I think pro wrestling weapons,
Scissors. Oh my God, what's this? We've turned into flipping John Moxley. What the hell's going on? We got scissors. No! Blake's gonna cut the hair! She's cutting the hair! She's cutting Jordynne's hair! Oh my God! Mate, no way! She's cutting Jordynne's hair. She's got Jordynne tied to the ropes. Mate, Jordynne tied to the ropes. Mate, keep going. Keep going. Cut it all off. Let's go. Get the shaver out. Oh my God, look at Jordynne. She can't believe it. Wow. I thought we were going to do some John Moxley type stuff with those scissors, but we didn't. We just gave a haircut instead. Kick coming in there by Jordynne. Back elbow. Kader said, that's crazy. Do you know what? This is already my favourite match of the night. It's just fun. Easy to watch. I feel like I'm engaged with it. Jordynne is livid. Charging over Thez press. Shots raining down there by Jordynne. Unloading on Blake. Goes over to the corner. Jordynne coming in. Clothesline. Down goes Blake. Another clothesline. Short arm clothesline again. Getting a back up. Swing and a miss. No. Oh, big chop coming in. Right now, looking for she's got her up, looking for the power bomb. No, Blake's over by the ropes, going over. We got a baseball bat right there if she wants it. That's still going to hurt. Blake Monroe comes crashing down on the ropes. I mean, I know there's not really anything there, but it's still a tender area. There might not be much that I know about ladies' private parts, but I do know they're still tender. Yeah. Like a pork loin. Right now, we've got a big... look at that Samoan drop off the top rope by Jordynne. And there's just bits of hair everywhere in the ring. Trini said, as a woman, I am telling you, the worst thing in the world you could do is cut my hair. I would prefer you to punch me in the face. Yeah, I could understand that. I mean, to be honest, are they extensions anyway? I feel like they might just be extensions. I don't know. I actually don't know if it's her hair or not, or if they are just extensions, but either way, I feel very sad for her. Because, to be honest, even if they are extensions, I can't imagine they're cheap. She's using a belt, a leather belt, whipping Blake Monroe, and again... Okay. Well, things are getting kinky now. Things are getting really, really kinky. We've got a leather strap. We're whipping away. I've not seen John Moxley do that. Jordynne goes face first. Into a trash can. Blake Monroe grabbing the lid of the trash can. Chucks... I don't know why that made me laugh so much. She just like chucked it over. It just bonked Jordynne in the side of the head. I mean, I don't think it had much like impact to it, but it was just more of a like this, and it was more a disrespect thing, really. Big knee coming in there by Blake. Jordynne goes down, going for the cover. 2 foot on the rope. Bring back the Brutus the Barber gimmick. Yeah, that would be, honestly, as a heel, him like, you know, constantly like cutting people's hair. You'd want jobbers, really. There's Blake in control, but yeah, pretty fun. Mayor Pete said that bonk was funny. It was pretty funny. Right now we got Jordynne down, we got Blake. Oh, hello. Here we go. This would be thumbtacks, but I don't know. You could do something different. Probably tacks. Oh, no. What is it? Diamonds! 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 Probably not real. But, yeah, we've seen people use, like, Lego pieces. Sometimes they do try to, like, tailor them to the person's character. Here we've gone diamonds. Ah, mate, and that's going to hurt so much. I don't know if you've ever been chucked into a pile of diamonds, but it hurts. It does. It really stings. Ugh. So that was like a fisherman suplex onto diamonds. 1, 2, shoulder up. That will hurt, said Jason. Jason knows. Jason knows. Jason has been slammed onto diamonds before. Oh, right now, Jordynne's got her hair. She's shoving it in the mouth of Blake. Stomp coming in there by Jordynne. Jordynne now going over, grabbing the Blake Monroe trash can that's got images of Blake Monroe all over. Looking to pick her up, put her in the corner. Diamonds are forever. Jordynne is grabbing the trash can. She's going up. Shot coming in there by Blake. Jordynne goes crashing down. Blake. Chop to the back. Tree of Woe. Upside down. What's she going to do with this? She's put in that trash can. So that, she's going to go. Where's she going to go? She's going to Tree of Woe her whilst the trash can is on the head of Jordynne. Jordynne, like, literally collapsed in to the bin. 1, 2, and shoulder up. Mr. Clean said, stepping on Lego doesn't hurt. What is the chat talking about? Oh, I think stepping on Lego famously hurts, doesn't it? Isn't that like a classic? Like, the kids left the Lego out, stepped on it, and like, oof. Right now we got Table being dragged over to the middle. Blake is next. Her matches feel new and they're really innovative, said Jersey's finest. Stomp coming in there by Blake. No one leaves these matches unscathed, says Booker. Right now, Jordynne has got Blake over against the ropes, and again. Blake gets thrown into the side of the cage, and Blake goes crashing down. Okay, the table is set up. Blake is down against the side of the cage. Jordynne has got that table set up. She's dragging it over. Don't know what we're going for here. Maybe a power bomb. Power bomb maybe off the top. Driving Blake through this table because she's really dragging it over to the corner. Yeah, I mean, it is true. I mean, we've got broken bins. We've got diamonds. We've got chairs. We've got hair. There's so much dotted around that these two have done. Kick coming in there by Blake as Jordynne's climbing up. Ooh, electric chair backwards through the table. She's going high. Oh, that's like a devil's kiss into the side of the cage, actually. What is Blake doing? Blake and Jordynne are both up. Okay, so Blake and Jordynne are both at the very top of the cage. They're face-to-face right now. There's a chop coming in there by Blake. Chop coming in there by Jordynne. Are they going to try and, like, chop each other off the top through that table? Like, there's a big spot coming here. The table is set up beneath them. They both go for a headbutt. You can see Jordynne's a little bit wobbly. I feel like she's going in a pocket for something. She's got some powder. There was powder in a pocket. In the face. Powder in the face. Jordynne is in a bit of trouble. She's climbing down, though. Blake Monroe's getting back down. They're just on the top rope now. Yeah, powerbomb. She's going for that powerbomb. I don't know that she's going to get it, though. I think instead it's going to be Jordynne. Jordynne has got Blake up. She's going for a ride. Airplane crash through the table too. And it's a win. It's a win for Jordynne Grace. Jordynne Grace picks up the victory with that spot at the end. I sort of feel like the ending of that was maybe a little flatter than I was hoping. I don't know. I was expecting this big spot, big dramatic spot. And the finish just felt a little flat, to be honest. I know that they kind of go from the corner through the table. I think I don't know. I think that's the problem when you go to the very top of the cage. I feel like you tease something really big, and then what you actually deliver is something a little smaller than that. Better match than I expected. So, there we go. Said, is it finally over? Is that the end of this feud? So Vic Joseph said there's one thing for sure, and that is that these two women will never be the same again. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed that match. I found it very interesting. I found it very captivating. I was really on board with it. Really enjoyed it. Good. The only criticism I'm going to say is I just felt the end was a little bit flat. Just felt like the end was a bit like, could have done with just something a little bit bigger. Okay, with how expensive hair is, I don't blame Jordynne for being peeved, said Jennifer. James said, is that, were those real diamonds? Yeah, they were real diamonds. Definitely. Defo. I know real diamonds when I see them. Okay, little advert for Halloween Havoc. Decent match. They could have done the ending a bit better though, said Wrestle Rants. Daze, it's real diamonds. Cry me a river. Ah, very good. Very good. Real diamonds. Cry me a river. Okay, are we going to get some sort of announcement now? Yeah, here we go. Here's Ava. Are we going to... Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Okay.
On Tuesday, October 7th, on the CW, NXT and TNA will bring to you an event that no one in the wrestling world thought was possible.
Invasion. Wow. Dark State Hardys. But what if Ricky wins tonight? So she said, after everything that's happened with Trick and Ober, everyone will be banned from ringsides. But what about if Ricky wins tonight? Does that maybe tell us that Ricky is not winning tonight? So they've announced Invasion. We're going to have some Survivor Series matches. We're going to also do one for the women, one for the men. We're going to do tag champs against tag champs, Dark State against Hardys, and it seems like we're going to be doing Trick Ober one more time with everyone like banned from ringside. But obviously the question is, well, where does that leave Ricky? I suppose Ricky goes into that match if he wins tonight. Good, though. We were waiting for Invasion, but weird that it's just going to be on a Tuesday and it's not going to be a PLE. Did she just spoil the main event, said Jennifer? I don't know, to be honest. I don't think she would make that mistake. I mean, we could do Trick Ober and not even have the title involved. So it could be like a titleless Trick versus Ober. So we could absolutely be doing that match. But if it's going to be like the champion, maybe Ricky could be in that match. Okay, we got Lash here. Okay, Jada Parker's coming out. Jada Parker attacks Lash. Jada Parker attacks Lash. So Jada Parker and Lash are arguing right now. We're backstage with Kelly. Okay, here's Lainey. Where's your head at? All right, she's got a surgical boot on. Your time will come, says Lola. Okay, so Lola just warns Lainey and says that leg of yours can go very quick from injured to broken. Okay. We go back to No Mercy Classic. There isn't an Ober Trick rematch. She meant because of Ober Trick, the Hardy matches, no one allowed at ringsides. Oh, is that what she meant? So when she said and also, she meant like and also because of what happened. Because it sounded like she was saying and also we're going to do this match. And this time no one's going to be allowed at ringside. Wrestle Talk are not saying that. Wrestle Talk have got Ober Trick rematch with no interference. So Ober and Trick, Wrestle Talk have took it the way I think a lot in the chat have took it. I think one thing we can agree is that communication could have been a little bit clearer. As it stands, I'm thinking they are going to do Ober Trick rematch. But I don't know. Maybe people have got the wrong end of the stick on this. Daze, we need the Ava Santino mixed face poster like what they did with Vince and Shane. That is exactly what we need. You are correct. I agree. Running the Trick Ober match back, says Davids. So Ober is retaining then, said Dr. Luchalala. I have no idea. I mean, are you just going to do Trick Ober even if Ober loses? Because maybe you just do it, trick Ober to just figure out who is the guy, right? Ober thinks he's the guy, Trick thinks he's the guy. So if Ober loses tonight, do you just still do Trick Ober to settle that score? They want to know who the better man is, so do you just run that match anyway? Or have they ruined the match and it is going to be Trick Ober and he's only in that match because it's NXT champ versus TNA champ? Or if if Ricky wins, does he replace Ober? Like, yeah, the communication on that I think could have been stronger. That's the quickest I've ever seen a second ref replace a knocked out ref. They usually take forever, says Davids. Trick Ober could just be for the TNA title, said Callum. Millennial said, I don't think she said that if you listen to the clip again. Well, I can only tell you what people feel like they have heard and what Wrestle Talk have thought they have heard as well. You could be correct that that might not be the message, but that is what people are thinking they've heard. I will listen to it now.
Title for title, winner take all match. And also, after everything that has happened with Trick and Oba, everyone will be barred from ringside, so there will be no interruptions. There has to be a winner. Thank you. And I'll see you all October 7th at Invasion.
Yeah, I must admit, the way she says it, it does seem like it is after what happened with Trick and Ober. There will be no one at ringside. It does seem, if you listen to it, like she is saying that Dark State Hard is title for title and that Ober Trick is not a rematch. So I must admit, after listening to it back, it does seem like Ober Trick is not a rematch we're getting. But it is so confusing that it could also be a rematch. But yes, I agree. I think it's very unclear. I don't blame anyone for going either way on that. I am not going to be adamant on either, because I just think it was unclear. Okay, here's Ethan making his way down. I listened. Matches, tag titles, winner take all, not Trick Ober rematch, said Steve. What are the streets saying? Well, Wrestle Talk reported champion versus champion. And as we said, we've just listened to it back and people are saying no. I agree with people, actually. I don't think Ober Trick is a rematch, having listened to it back. People are just saying, really, Ava made an announcement and they're just attaching the video. I think people are like, Ava said something, check it out. Hey, check it out, see what you think. So, but if I had to plant my flag on something after listening to it again, I would say no Trick Ober rematch. Right, anyway, we're underway with our next match. This is Ethan versus Tavion. Okay, Tavion round the back of Ethan. Let's get the score done. Okay, you lot really enjoyed that cage match. You've scored it great, 71, making it the highest rated match of the night so far. Just putting it ahead of Javon and Josh Briggs. Okay, Ethan going up to Tavion. We got a shoulder barge there by Ethan. Tavion going over against the ropes and Ethan. They're both colliding into each other. Shot coming in. Ethan driving Tavian back. Tavian coming over, grabbing a leg. Wrestle Talk have now put out a new tweet where they have removed Ober and Trick. So they have reposted this and removed that and just gone Dark State Hardys. So I feel like the streets are coming round. Tavian with a shoulder barge to the midsection. Big back body drop there by Ethan. So that's going to be on Tuesday, October 7th, which is really not that far away. That's like a week Tuesday. So it's not this Tuesday coming, it's the Tuesday after. Tavian down on that entranceway. Great. Let's go Ego. Ego sucks. Big Time said October 7th is when AEW is getting preempted to Tuesday for a week. So did we really rush the invasion story to counter AEW? Well, then yes. Yes. I'm guessing so. I'm guessing it is being kind of rushed so that we can counter AEW. Again, we've got Ethan driving his shoulder into the back of Tavian. Ethan shouting out to the camera. Mayor Pete said, are we upset? It's just going to get resolved in a few weeks. It should build. People should switch loyalties, etc. I think they're rushing it for AEW. I'll tell you the other thing as well, though, and that is... I wonder if they are a little bit conscious of the fact that we obviously have got people that care about NXT and we've got people that care about TNA. And the longer that you run this war and the more twists and turns that you have, the more risk maybe you run of building up like animosity. I mean, you know how tribalistic wrestling fans are. You know kind of what it's like online. And actually, when you're dealing with NXT and TNA, I think you are dealing with quite a hardcore audience. I mean, if you are so invested in wrestling, you're going to watch WWE's developmental. I feel like you have gone down to a level that is, you know, pretty hardcore. You want to know those stars of tomorrow and who's coming through. And so I wonder, I mean, look, totally number one reason why they're rushing it is because of AEW. I completely agree. But I wonder actually if that's also something that's been considered of like, let's not let this cook too long. Let's not let this get too out of control. 2 Survivor Series matches. I reckon TNA win one, NXT win the other. And then, I don't know who wins those tag titles. I mean, maybe the Hardys win them. But by that point, we could still have Trick as TNA champion. We could still have Kalani as women's TNA champion. Like, I don't know where all the belts will be at that point. It'll be hard to know who's flipping winning. But I bet you anything, Survivor Series matches are 1-1. I bet the women win for the NXT and the men win for TNA. I can see something like that. Right now we got Tavian driving Ethan back in the corner. Again, we've still got a tight squeeze being applied at the moment. Tavian, middle of the ring. I don't think there's tribalism between NXT and TNA. People know it's an angle. I think they know it's an angle right now, but I think there is already tribalism in the sense of there's already TNA fans saying they're feeling disrespected. And that this partnership's not working. And they feel like NXT's taking them for a ride. So, you know, if NXT starts invading, starts getting wins, starts cutting moody promos, you know, you might start getting that fan base being quite defensive, even more defensive. I mean, I don't think NXT fans are kind of feeling like they're under attack. I mean, Tuesday was interesting, of course. But yeah, the longer it goes, the more that people might start like getting a bit defensive. Certainly if they think the partnership is not working for them and they feel like they're actually, this partnership's being disrespectful. And we have seen that from, I would say, more from the TNA fans than the NXT fans. But then, you know, NXT does have both the men's and women's TNA titles at the moment. Ethan goes over, has a word there with Booker. I would love WWE and TNA. I agree. We can't let things go too much longer. You can't have TNA wrestlers wrestling for nothing, says Nathan. Glottner said, Rushed, how long was it announced about the partnership? We've been expecting this. Yeah, but like we've not been doing an invasion, have we? I mean, they only invaded on Tuesday. We've had a partnership where our talent's gone to their brand and their talent's come to our brand. So we've been working together for a long time, but actually an invasion story has not been cooking for a long time. Roll through there by Tavion. He's got Ethan up on his shoulders. Tavian grabbing the leg. It's hard for these two, isn't it? Because, I mean, we just had a really good match. Really interesting match. With that steel cage match. And so it's kind of hard for these two to cook, really, after what we had. Ethan Page getting over to the ropes. Grabbing a hold of the ropes. Tavian with that ankle lock applied. Dragging him back. We got a pin. Tell you what, though, that NXT on the 7th is going to be absolutely unmissable, isn't it? Ethan looking for a swinging net breaker. Backslide. 1, 2. No joy. Kick coming in there by Ethan. Mayor Pete said, if you want disrespect, Omega won the TNA belt and then was never on the program. Yeah, I think TNA fans hated that, and rightfully so. I don't think we've done anything like that to him. Right now we've got Tavian reaching out to the ropes. Big Time said, I will say if it's counter programming then fine. I'm hoping it's a storyline that still builds past October. I don't like the idea of botching this angle for a week. I don't think it'll botch it. I mean, I can believe the story. The story is, okay, this is out of control. You've invaded our show. We can't let this go. So, Santino, come here. Let's get this sorted. How do we get this sorted? Let's not allow this to keep going, right? And so their solution is to not just ignore it and just hope it'll sort itself out, but to actually go, right, let's do an invasion show. And let's, you know, they can get it all out their system. So I really don't feel like this ruins it. I do think they're rushing because of AEW, right? The fact you've just told me AEW is going to be on Tuesday that week. Hell of a coincidence, that, isn't it? Hell of a coincidence. So the week that we've booked an invasion special is the week AEW. That's crazy, isn't it? Oh, net breaker there by Ethan. I tell you what, these two have put on like a solid effort. And it's a win there by Ethan. So Booker T says he's just not ready yet about Tavian. Ethan retains. Match was fine. Some good action in it, but obviously we're still digesting the invasion news. And that was not the longest of matches. Right. They've said the invasion angle has stored up old feelings I had of being a WCW fan. I don't like the feeling. Oh, I think it'll work out. It's not in anyone's interest for anyone to come out of this looking stupid. What's that? Oh, it's Wagner Jr. I wondered what the hell that was then. I didn't recognize the voice. I have eyes on your title. Okay, so Wagner Jr. is on screen. Why are we playing his music? Why are we playing his music when he hasn't won the match? Why would we start playing Wagner's music after Ethan has just legitimately won a match? And just because Wagner appeared on screen, we start playing his music. I'd have gone back to Ethan's. If you think Wagner Jr.'s voice is wild, you should hear his dad's. Do you know, it's really weird because it was so clear and it just cut through everything and it came out of nowhere. It actually felt like someone was in the room speaking to me. I was like, is that you, Gods? I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It really threw me off. But it wasn't Gods. It was Wagner Jr. Right, they're just showing us a Hall of Legends expansion. Goldberg and Nikki Bella, a dream pairing. Just like 2001, AAA will join TNA Alliance 2.0, said Davids. I've got to agree, the show has been horrible, said Mitchell. Well, I did enjoy the cage match. Okay, now we got Miles Bourne. We're backstage with Kelly Kincaid and Miles Bourne. We've still got the big 2 title matches to come, though. They could cook. Both the title matches could cook. NXT's my family. Sign me up to be the captain. Okay, I like that by Miles. Miles said if TNA want to show up on Tuesday, we'll be ready to defend our house. Here's Mike. That TNA championship's being held hostage, but not for long, says Mike Santana. He's going to be taking on Trick, isn't he? I think that'll be a really great match. I've been very impressed with Mike Santana. Oh. Enjoy No Mercy because Tuesday I'm storming right back through that door. Frankie Kazarian said, invasion, count me in. An invasion can be defined as an unwelcome intrusion. Be prepared to welcome the current TNA International Champion. So Frankie Kazarian is ready to invade. Okay. Here is Lola. This is a big moment for her. This has had quite the builds. We know that she has been working towards this moment. We know that her father... I don't know if her dad's actually going to be part of this. Like, actually going to be here. It'd be a shame if he wasn't, to be honest, after showing him. But it is Jacy, and it is Lola, and it is the Women's Championship match. That Santana promo, you guys have got me so peeved off, you don't know. Let me check my calendar. Tuesday, I'm going to get your ass, said Rob. Yeah, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because you need to let people know that Tuesday is going to be exciting. You need to let viewers know, please tune in on Tuesday, because we are going to do some stuff that's quite exciting. So you kind of need him to hint at it and say something like that. But equally, storyline-wise, he is also telling NXT, I'm going to be invaded on Tuesday. So, of course, if you're Ava, you just hire extra security to try and keep everyone out. I mean, if they're going to invade, I mean, then you get ready for that, don't you? So it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? I do agree, though. It's a bit foolish to kind of announce that, but I get it. Daze, what if AAA join in like WCW and ECW for the Alliance? Well, they could do, but I really don't know what we're going to get past the 7th. I mean, it feels like the Invasion pay-per-view, PLE, that would feel like the big blow-off to me. I mean, that would feel like where we kind of wrap things up. It doesn't have to be that way. I know there's people saying they hope that we carry on past that point, but it does feel that way. But I don't know, maybe that could be next AAA gets involved. To be perfectly honest, though, I don't think that's going to help ratings. I don't think it's going to help ratings because I don't think that the AAA talent is really bringing much in the way of star power. So I don't think I don't know that that's something they would look at. To be honest, I don't think Lola is going to win because Lainey Reid is going to interfere. That's a really good shout. That's a really good shout. The only thing I would say, though, is that if Lainey is injured, I suppose she can interfere still, but I don't know. If she was faking the injury, then she's kind of cost herself a shot at the Speed Championship. For what? I don't know. We'll have to see how it plays out. So she could get involved, but I don't know what that would mean for the injury that she's supposedly got. She could be fooling us, making us think she's got an injury when she hasn't. But why would she do that? Why would she get herself out of a title match when she's got a title match? I know that the Speed Championship's not the most exciting championship in the world, but it is still a title match. So I would have that as a little question, like, okay. I mean, maybe if, like, it turned out Jacy asked her and said, look, you can join our group. I just need you to do this. We'll make sure that you get another opportunity down the road. But I do need you to help me out here. I mean, if it gets explained like that, I could buy that. That's not a problem. I could buy that. But I probably would need a little explanation. I'm a very demanding viewer. Here's Lola. Here is Lola. Oh yeah, there's her dads. Are they really going to have a lose in front of all of her family? God, I hope so. It is fun having kids there and upset, but I've seen that quite a lot thanks to WWE. I've seen that quite a lot.
think I'd like to see some adult Cynthias now. Don't forget, you can vote Ethan, Tavian, and what you thought about that match. Here is Fatal Influence. Let's have a look at this entrance, shall we? Got a new entrance for Fatal Influence. I don't know that they... oh, yeah, she hasn't gone on the outsides. So she's still doing what she normally does. Fallon is against the ropes, walking into the center. It's exactly the same, but just without Jasmine. Okay, here we go then. Here we go. Women's Championship on the line, and I think there is a real chance that we get a new champ. NXT Women's Championship. Let's get a poll up, shall we? From Miami, Florida, Lola Vice getting a great reaction. Spawning Boy said, wouldn't it be funny if Jasmine came out and cost Jacy? What if Jasmine comes out and helps Jacy and it turns out she didn't actually leave? I don't think they would do that. I think using releases as part of storylines is something controversial. Booker thanking Jacy for the house. You're the only person in here rooting for Jacy Jayne. What? I'm rooting for Jacy Jayne. I like Jacy. That's what Lola should be saying right here. Thanks for the house. So Booker is firmly behind Jacy Jayne. Jacy over against the ropes. She's got Lola. Jacy, middle of the ring right now with Lola. Headlock being applied. Trying to take her over, and she gets her over. Lola trying to find a way of kicking out. Keeping Lola grounded, and again, she's still got a headlock applied. Took me 8 years to win a world title, says Booker. This isn't a world title. Right now we got Lola getting up to her feet. Jacy on her feet. Jacy, middle of the ring. Lola in there as well. She's got a hold of the arm at the moment. And Jacy, I don't know why Lola hasn't gone straight to her kicks. I don't think Lola's wrestling ability is kind of what makes her so dangerous. It's her striking that makes her dangerous. Jacy grabbing the head and keeping Lola down. Getting back up. Jacy, middle of the ring, against the ropes. Lola, shoulder barge. Jacy again over the other side. Senton lands onto Lola. This is for wrestling. Oh, okay, Jacy just doing a little bit of... Oh. Yeah. Lola charging over. Jacy managed to get round the back.
Over the other side, looking for a hip toss. Reverse there into an armbar. Jacy made a mistake there. Lola trying to get the armbar in, but Jacy rolls up Lola. I sort of feel like the story in the early stages is that Jacy is the better wrestler. Lola has got some skills, but really it's her striking that makes her dangerous. And I feel like Jacy there was like, you know, this is for the wrestling. I'm going to out-wrestle this girl. Take over, Jacy. Take down there by Lola. Kick coming in there by Lola. Jacy goes over in the corner. You know, those kicks are going to be unleashed at some point. Julia's got no one to go against, and it's not fair as of right now for her, but she's going to do what she can with that US Women's title, said AJ Dartlords. Booker might have been talking about a TNA Knockouts title that Jacy previously held. Do you know, I don't think that's classed as a world title in WWE. I'd love to know if it is or it isn't, because if it is, Trick Williams is on 1 now. I mean, you know how John Cena is on 17. I mean, Sami Zayn isn't on 1 yet. He's not won a world title in WWE. He never won the TNA one. Are we saying that Trick Williams is on 1 because he won the TNA title? Do WWE recognize that as a world title? I honestly do not know. I don't know. TNA can call it a world title, but I don't know if WWE recognize it as a world title. If Cena was to win the TNA title, would he go to 18? Or would he stay on 17? One count there for Lola. Alex said, I do hope Lola wins. I'll be doing the same. Mean Mushizi, hello, said, what do we think about Aleister Black to NXT? Who could he feud with? Oh, he could if he was a babyface, he could feud with Josh Briggs. He could feud with Oba Femi. If he was a heel, he could feud with Javon. He could feud with Ricky. I don't mind Aleister Black to NXT. I think he's kind of completed NXT, though. He could go down for a little bit, get some momentum, come back up. You could do that. I think a lot of people would like to think that he wouldn't need to do that. I think a lot of people would like to think that they can just find a way forward without having to go backwards. I'm not down on it. Kick coming in there by Lola. I love NXT, so watching Aleister regular on a Tuesday, I'm okay with that. Kick coming in there by Lola. Another kick coming in as Jacy goes to the outsides. Daze, does it feel like a PLE or a regular NXT? It's been a strange one. Visually, it looks like a regular one, and there's been some filler and pacing during commercial breaks. I don't know. I think, like, with the title matches right now, it's probably going to feel a bit more of a PLE. This match feels more PLE. The cage match felt more PLE. So I think it's been a little bit of a mixed bag. Sometimes it feels like a normal show. Sometimes it feels like a PLE. Right now we got Lola against the steps. Nicholas said, according to Google, it's not a world title. But James says, of course it's a world title. I don't know. I mean, I think in TNA's world, it's a world title. They class it as a world title. But I genuinely don't know if WWE class it as a world title. That would put Trick Williams on 1. I suppose we'll find out, won't we? If he gets called up, we'll find out if they regard him as already having a world title or not. We're kind of in uncharted water, aren't we? I mean, no one from WWE has ever had the TNA world title, so... But, I mean, what did they say about AJ Styles when he won the WWE titles? Did they class his TNA titles? Jacy on her knees. Little suplex there to Lola. James is kicking off at Google right now. I would not want to be Google right now. Okay, Jacy posing out at the crowds. Jacy coming in with a kick, but the leg is caught there by Lola. Shot coming into the midsection. Another boot coming in. Quick strikes. Fallon trying to distract. Lola comes over. Jacy comes in. Double knees. Lola goes down. There's a backstabber. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. Smile on the face of Fallon. Fans aren't feeling the match, said Zoom Station. Right now we got a knee in the back as Lola is over against the ropes. After this, we've still got Ricky and Ober. The show's been going for a couple of hours already. Lola is down. I tell you what, if Jacy retains here, I'll feel pretty good about Ricky getting the win. Bang. Lola goes down. Do they class the AAA title? Wouldn't that give Dom a championship? It's a good question. It's a good question. My gut feeling is they wouldn't. I don't think they would class Dominic as being like a world champion right now. Okay, there is Lola's sister cheering on Lola. Lola trying to find a way of getting back up to her feet. Right now, we've got Jacy driven back to the corner. And again, Lola breaking away. Lola in the middle. Jacy from behind. Shot coming in. Roll up there by Jacy. 2. No joy. Looking for a crossface. Looking for a crossface. Jacy in a bit of trouble. Lola has got that arm trapped. And Jacy reversing. 1, 2. No joy. Lola's dad looks like Lanny Poffo. Oh my God. I have not made that connection, but I will next time I see him. Okay, kick. Big boot coming in there by Lola. And again. Another kick there by Lola. Okay, Lola is unleashing the kicks right now. And this is where she can really start pulling her heads. Bang, 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 bang. Jacy goes back in the corner. Jacy slumps down. Yeah, he does look like Lanny Poffo. You're right. You are right. He does. I can see it. Oh, my God. He should have given us a riddle. A poem. Cookie, cookie. Bang, suplex. Jacy Jayne is down. Jacy trying to roll out of the ring. She's over against the ropes. Oh, spinning back fist there, but Jacy gets out the ring. Jacy, grab your belt, walk away. Just walk away. Oh, count out. Lola on the outside. Big boot there by Jacy. Big boots. So Jacy right back into this. Lola down. Do you know what? Fair play. She's not taking the easy way out in the sense of grabbing the belt and just, I'm off. I mean, Fallon's getting used a little bit as a distraction. Oh, went for a big right hand. Kick coming in there by Lola. I think you could see that it was a bit of a miss there. Who gets... Oh, Fallon grabbed a hold of the referee, pulled the referee out of the ring. You're out of there! Fallon is removed from the ringside area. This is ridiculous, says Fallon. She is livid. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Roll up by Jacy. 2. No joy. Oh! Middle of the ring. Jacy in big trouble. She's teasing that she's going to tap. Jacy manages to get that 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Lola. Okay, with Fallon removed from the equation, then we could be looking at a very exciting few minutes. Big right hand there by Jacy. Oh my God, that was huge. 1, 2. Oh, mate, that was huge. Jacy really connected with that. Plumbing out. I think Lola really took a shot there. Dead. Oh, Jesus, mate. I don't think there was anything pro wrestling about that. I think Lola just got smashed in the face. Shot coming down there by Jacy, and again. Blimey now. Kick coming in there by Jacy. Jacy looking out at the crowds. Lola over in the corner. Jacy looking to charge him. Back elbow coming in there by Jacy. This is your family. She goes over talking trash to Lola's family, charges him, but obviously that's allowed Lola back in the match. I really want Jacy to win this. Lola is going for a big DDT, rolling through into a guillotine. Submission is in. Jacy in big trouble. That guillotine is in. Oh, I don't know how Jacy's going to get out. I feel like Lola sort of let her out there. Lola got back up to her feet. And right now, Jacy driving her back, and she's managed to break out of that hold. That hold felt like it was in. Right now, we've got Jacy in the corner. We got kicks. Kick coming in there by Lola. Jacy slumps down. More kicks coming in. Referee is having a few words. Right now, we've got Enziguri kick by Jacy. Shot to the back there by Jacy as well. Lola is perched on the top as Jacy climbs up. I don't mind this match. I think this match has been quite fun, honestly. Big suplex. Belly to back suplex by Jacy. Big knee. 1, 2. Oh, and a kick out. Kick out by Lola. Massive, massive knee. Jacy is sat looking over at Lola. She goes over. She grabs that title. Is she just going to walk now? Is she going to use it? Get disqualified? Referee is saying you can't use it. You'll get disqualified. He grabs the belt. He's going to stop her from using it. It's going to be a roll up there by Lola. 2. Kick out by Jacy. Jacy back up. Roll up again by Lola. 1, 2. Kick out again by Jacy. Jacy, kick coming in to the midsection. Lola goes down. Jacy coming over, grabbing Lola. This one, honestly, it feels like it could go either way right now. Fallon removed from ringside. Big shot coming in there by Jacy. Lola responding. Kick coming in, but it's caught. Quick kicks there by Lola. Duck there by Jacy. Oh my God, it's just back and forth, and Lola goes out the ring. I honestly, the match is really intriguing because you just don't know which way it's going to go. Mystery person. Mystery person. Cracks Lola Vice. Lola down. Is she going to get counted out? Is she going to get counted? Someone in a mask just laid out Lola Vice. Obviously, there's been rumors of Lainey Reid's joining Fatal Influence. She would be the front runner. 9. She beats the count. Lola just gets in. Both women are in there. Big shot by Jacy. 1, 2, 3. Jacy retains. But she only retains thanks to that mystery person that got involved outside the ring. Now we got a black screen, but I feel like that's maybe a technical problem. Yes. Yes. Is that someone's sign in the front row? I can see a sign that's like wiggling away. Is that like a Lola sign that's wiggling? There's like there's some woman with a pink jacket on. Yeah, I only just noticed that. She seems to have some sort of sign that's wiggling away. So yeah, Fallon got removed. And then it was this mystery person getting involved. That was the moment that changed things. Jacy retains. Lola is defeated. Is there any clues about who this person is? I mean, they're not wearing a boot. They're not wearing a boot. They're not wearing a surgical boot. Still, Lainey Reid's got to be the favourite, hasn't she? Could we find out after, maybe? Find out on Tuesday? There's Lola on the outside. Can't believe it. Devastated. Fallon's like, who was that? Well, there we go. I didn't mind that match. I mean, we didn't get to like a "this is awesome" chant breaking out or anything. But, it's okay. Alright. Sim was. It was Hikaleo, said Poppy Croc. Yes. Guys, it was Jericho. It was flipping Jericho. Everyone wanted Jericho back. Well, here you go. Jericho. The ending was BS, said Hawkeye. Yeah, with the outside interference. I can understand people not being crazy about that. It was a solid match, said Jennifer. Imagine if it is Jasmine and everything was a work, said Jordynne. That would be wild. How would people feel about that? Would you be a bit angry? Would you be okay with it? Carmen Petrovic is being used to help promote Halloween Havoc. I think that's our next special, isn't it? October 25th? Other than Invasion. But that's just on a Tuesday. It was obviously John Cena, said Zoom Station. Yes. John Cena. JC should never be champion if this keeps happening, says Kian. It's Mandy Rose, says 230. Perhaps we could just bring in like an OnlyFans group. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that Jakara and Cora and Mandy have done a little video together? Teasing like some OnlyFans content. Jace is my favourite reign amongst the current champs, said Johnny. It was Vince, said Nathan. Oh my god. This is how they're bringing him back. Makes sense, doesn't it? It makes sense. Bring him back. Under a mask. All covered up. Helping Jacy Jayne. Makes sense. Maybe Shayna Baszler, said Mr. B. Imagine that. Imagine that. Maybe Paige. Paige. If it's Mandy Rose, that would be wild, said Mayor Pete. It was Edwards. Oh my god, you're right. Edward Brown is leaving the community, and he said he had other opportunities to pursue. He's the new Jasmine Nix. Edward Brown is the new Jasmine Nix. Okay, on Tuesday, we are going to be doing Lash Legend against Jada Parker. Maybe someone from Evolve. Oh, I would take Kendall Gray in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. William said JC had a nip slip. Well, I did not see that. I did not see that. What are people saying that was what the black screen was at the end? Because there was a slight black screen, wasn't there? And are people saying that there was a... But she'd won the match by then. Okay, Ober Ricky coming up. Ober Ricky up next. Mayor Pete said, I would also take Kendall in a heartbeat. Hashtag Team Perv. GS Dub said, I rewinded. Well, I'm going to rewind if there was a nip slip as well. I mean, how much do we need to watch this main event? Really? You know, I feel like Ricky's going to win, so... Do we need to watch it? Or should we try and find the nip slip that everyone's talking about? And by everyone, I mean me. Ober's winning, says Pop. You think so? Oh, I think it's going to be Ricky. I'm thinking Ricky gets this. JC just retained. So are we really going to have all the champs retain? All the champs are retaining tonight. On a night where we felt like it was quite close that one of the challengers would win. I think the Revolution will be televised, and I think that broadcast is tonight. Guys, look at this. I just voted in this thing from NXT, and at the moment it says 100% of people have said that Ricky Saints is winning. So this is a poll that's on WWE NXT's X account. I mean, they've got a lot of subscribers. If you actually go, like, they've got 1.8 million subscribers, and I just voted, and so far 100% of people are saying Ricky Saints is winning this. No one in the IWC has got any doubt as to who's about to win this match. There is no doubt in anyone's mind. It is 100% Ricky Saints. It's crazy, isn't it? That is crazy. I don't think I've ever seen 100% before. I don't think I've ever seen 100% on a poll before. That's how confident us Ricky Saints stands are. It just makes sense. Right, Ava Santina are going to choose their teams on Tuesday. That's what they're doing. Moose is going to stand alongside TNA for the invasion on October 7th. Have you noticed that the whole left side have won so far? Yes. Do they? I don't know. The graphics, I mean, I suppose all the champs have retained. You tend to put the champs on first, don't you? So Sol, Ethan, and Jacy would all be kind of first on those graphics. So who's the other people? Javon and who won in the cage match? Was it Jordynne that won? I don't even remember who won the cage match. I think it was Jordynne. I don't know. I just remember that kind of slightly underwhelming finish going, oh, that's how it's ended. Okay, here's Ober. Here is Ober. Dun, 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 dun. Ricky Saint's coming out, sorry. Oh, main event. Here we go. As Ober wrestled, yeah, it's now Humble Rumble. Johnny said, check your notifications. Well, I'm not sure that's making the talking points video. That's all I'm saying. I don't know that that's going to make the talking points video, but... Here's Ricky. We need a Ricky pose emoji, said Dotsluchalala. Okay. Let's get that match result in. 7 and 4. Okay, you lot said that was great. 62. That's okay. You was all right with that match. Dun, 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 dun. Is now the time where we get a new NXT champion. Is that what we've got right now? A new NXT champ. Here's Ober. Who wins? Ober. Ricky. Right. I wonder where Ober's character will go when he loses, says Aki. I was set on Ober winning, but I don't know now, said Wrestle Rants. It's the fact that everyone on X has voted Ober, isn't it? Jordan 1 said Jason. Jason, thank you. Daze, wait till you see the content from Cora, Mandy, Jakara. I'm not really interested. Not really interested. I mean, Mandy's been doing content for quite a long time. I've not been interested. Cora's gone on to doing content as soon as she left. I wasn't interested. Them two joining up, doing it together. Not really interested. I think Jakara's attractive. She's an attractive girl, but I don't know. I'd feel really pervy if I... Looking at scantily clad pictures of women's wrestlers. I don't know, man. That's not my vibe, honestly. I just like to look at pictures of Io's knees. That does it for me. That's all I need. Do you remember the other week where Io took her knee pads down and we were all like, whoa, yeah. That's all I need. Didn't even have to pay for that. There was no subscription fee or anything. It's just right there. Ricky Saint's getting his intro. Daze, you're just waiting for Femi fans. Femi fans. Bit of Femi fans. That'll do me. Okay, Oba Femi getting his intro. We should be underway with this real soon. Wherever you're watching. Ricky Saints has got a mountain to climb in front of him. A mountain, I tell you. Bella sounded. We're underway. Ricky's looking very confident, actually. I mean, I don't know why. He's looking over at Ober. Ricky circling rounds. Ooh, big shot coming in there by Ricky. Unloading on Ober. Knee to the midsection. Ricky going over against the ropes. He's trying to get... shot coming in. Trying to get him down off his feet, but no joy. Stay down. Ober with Ricky is slamming him down and is telling him to stay down. Ricky over in the corner. Uppercut coming in there by Ober. Ricky going over to the other side. Ober going after him. We've done 2 hours 20 here. I feel like this thing's gone maybe a little longer than they were expecting. I think they would like to kind of have this thing in at about 2 hours 30. But if we go 2:45, it doesn't matter, does it? So, trying to roll up Ober there, kick out. Ooh, that looked a little bit low there, but I think he got him on the thigh more than the dong. Okay, we got an Oba Femi chant. Oba Femi, let's go Ricky. Oba Femi, let's go Ricky. We got dueling chants breaking out right now as Ricky is down. Middle of the ring. Oba keeping Ricky grounded at the moment. Ricky trying to find a way back up. V85 said, rumor has it that Ober is going to team with Dom, and their team name will be Femi Dom. Well, I would support that team. Big Time said, Daze, I do feel like HBK missed out on the JC Lola outcome. They built Lola very well with great vignettes. Her hometown with family on the show could have used the title change as a talking point. WrestleRant said it's free money for some of the ladies. The sad thing is, every guy that spends money to see the same pics on OnlyFans as Instagram. Well, I mean, yeah, there is very good money to be made there, isn't there? You know? I mean, this is why so many of them leave and do it, because there's, well, good money to be made. And I'm sure that the collection of the three of them is going to do very well, but I don't know. I've not got to those depths yet. Ricky over in the corner. Ober charging in. Ricky moves out the way. Never understood it, and I never will. I feel sad for those that spend the money on OnlyFans. Well, to each their own. On the shoulders. Ober against the ropes. Ricky, middle of the ring, looking for a drop kick. Ricky, knee to the back as Ober goes to the outside. Ricky starting to get a few chants. Ricky going against the ropes. Ober on the outside. Ah, mate, he just got smashed. Just got flipping smashed. Just as he was trying to come through the ropes. He gets smashed by Ober. I can only imagine that's like running into a brick wall. Ricky Saints goes down. Ober jumps up onto the edge of the ring. V85 said, I'm just going to stick with my Tori Wilson Playboy. Well, as long as you can still open the pages, I'd say it's served you very well.
Johnny said, I can't blame them when they know people will pay crazy money for bikini pictures that they would usually post on Instagram. You lot seem to have a lot of information about the pictures that are going up on OnlyFans. There's a lot of knowledge in the community that I'm noticing. God, I feel really sorry for those people that subscribe and all they get are bikini pictures. I mean, they never see any nudity. Those people that subscribe have been waiting months and they have to pay like $12.99 every single month. And they got promised there would be some topless stuff, but there never is, you know. I'm just saying. Some of these comments are very detailed. I feel so sorry for those people. They've been waiting for like 7 months and they were told 5 months ago that there would be some topless stuff on the way, but those people, they're still waiting, you know. And those people were paying $12.99, but now it's gone up to $17.99. And I just don't see why they should keep paying that amount. It's like, is everything okay out there? Big boot coming in there by Ricky. Clothesline there by Ober. Ricky rolls out the ring to the outsides. Hawkeye said OnlyFans is worse than Playboy. JJB said, I remember when Maria did Playboy and that was shown in the ring. Right now, we've got Saints being dragged back in by Ober. Slow pace at the moment as Ober is having his way. He is having his way. Jasmine Nick said she would 100% return to WWE if a better deal was offered. It was a really hard decision. She didn't want the experience to end. Ricky Saints running the risk of being counted out, but he gets back in the ring. Only Lacey shows everything, but you pay a high price, said Sporty Boy. Oh, really? So Lacey shows everything. Uppercut coming in. As I mean, technically, all of that stuff is wrestling related. So, I mean, if I started doing wrestling OnlyFans reviews... Technically, I'm not deviating from what the channel was set up for. Right now, we got Ricky down. Daze OnlyFans is for simps. It's not just me saying it. Sports Illustrated are saying it. Oh, and Bleacher Report, James. I've heard they're saying it. No, look, to each their own. If people want to spend money on that, fair play. People earn their money. They can spend it however they want. To be honest, some people see it as supporting the wrestler as well, supporting that person. I don't know that. I mean, maybe they tell themselves that, but some people see it that way. Like, I really like this. Like, you know, if Carrion started doing OnlyFans, getting his dong out, I'm sure a lot of people that were part of that We Want Cross movement would subscribe to support him. Ricky in the corner. I'm glad I'm learning these things about OnlyFans so that I don't have to check myself, said Dot Slow. Well, apparently, mate, I've heard that Lacey pulls no punches. That's what I've just heard. Just saying, if you do subscribe to Lacey, you know what I mean? You might get your money's worth. That's what I'm saying. Back elbow there by Ricky. Ooh, getting caught there by Ober and... Ricky goes down. Ober still very much in control. And kick out there by Ricky. I still feel, probably because of the pace of the match, that we're still very much in the early stages. Vic Joseph says, I've yet to see a weakness. Millennial said Lacey shows everything. And everything with actual videos. Really? The sassy Southern Belle lets it all hang out. SDL is a good tease. Who's that? Is that Steph Delander? Is she on there? Is that SDL?
Right now, we got Ricky doing a walk on that top rope. He comes down on Ober. He's coming back in. Bang. Millennial, are you a is this your specialist subject? Bang. Down goes Ober. Aaliyah shows from the waist up. What, really? Aaliyah? Really? The girl that beat like Natalia really quick and was in a tag team with Raquel. Really? Are you jotting this down, everyone? Save you some money here. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Ober. There are good profiles, but it's about $50 each if you want the good stuff. Oh, mate, there's something really dirty about someone going, if you want the good stuff. Oh, if you're looking for the good stuff. If it's really the good stuff that you're after, it's going to cost you about 50. Ricky Saints coming in. This main event match is going to really struggle to grab my attention as much as our OnlyFans conversation. Apparently Lacey Evans is doing videos and everything. Oh, big uppercut coming in there by Ober as Ricky goes down. Won't be enough to put him away, though. Doesn't feel like enough to put him away. Right now, Ricky up on the shoulders, Ober against the ropes. Ricky goes against the ropes. Spear there by Ricky. Spear by Ricky as Ober is down. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. James said that could go on Mastermind and be a specialist subject. OnlyFans. Mate, imagine the questions. Imagine the questions. Wrestling said, what if we brought back the WWE Playboy collab and just got rid of OnlyFans? Well, I mean, I think Playboy's still going, isn't it? Millennial said, a friend told me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was a friend, was it? It was a friend. Yeah, guys, I don't know all this stuff. It was just like I was chatting to a friend, and a friend told me. Who was your friend, Jeeves? Did you ask Jeeves? He's trying to get Ober down. He's got him up in the air, looking for a bang. Powerbomb there by Ricky. 2. Shoulder up by Ober. Yeah, that still didn't feel that dramatic. Still not really buying that we're close yet. He is getting more back into it, though. We're getting more fired up. My friend G Chrome. My friend Firefox tells me. Shot coming in there by Ricky. Naya did Brand Army. I don't even know what that is. Is that another one? Catherine said, what is OnlyFans? I'm asking for a friend. I don't know. Catherine, I'm not sure. Millennial knows. He's got a friend that tells him everything. Ricky just collapsed down and the referee has kind of come in and checked on him. I think he's selling there, playing possum. Feels like it's possum. Yeah, Booker said it's called playing possum as Ricky throws in some shots. Oh, big clothesline by Ober. Picking him up. Roll through by Ricky. 1, 2. No joy. Okay. Now I feel like we're in the drama territory. Ricky just got tossed. He just got thrown. Ober is in control. Picks up roll through by Ricky. 2 count. Ober. Drop kick there. The big man did get air. Ricky down. That was a weird drop kick. He kind of led with it.
It was a weird drop kick, 'cause it sort of felt like he led with it, like he was going to use that lead leg to maybe deliver an enziguri or like, but it just ended up being like a push. It was a weird drop kick. Ricky goes outside the ring. Ace said we're in the dub closing moments now. Okay, we're getting the commentary table stripped right now. Hawkeye, shout out to you. Nathan said, I wouldn't want to face Ober. Right now we got Ober getting back out the ring, grabbing a hold of Ricky. Wrestle Rants said, I feel like HBK throughout this whole event never really let the wrestlers go. Every single match never really got going outside of the cage match. Never really got that fluid exchange back and forth. Ricky is on this commentary table. Ober is going to look to put him away. Picks up Ricky. He's going to look to powerbomb him. Ricky, DDT. That table doesn't break. Crazy that the table didn't break after he just DDT'd Ober onto it. Don't know that there was enough force behind it to break the table. It's one of the old school easy break tables. Another tornado DDT on the outsides by Ricky. Ricky is digging deep. I do believe I'm watching a real battle here between these two. Ober on the outside, Ricky on the outsides. Ricky chop. Ah, big chop. Big chop. Big chop by Ober. Ricky back in the ring. Ober, this could be the beginning of the end, but I don't think he's going to put Ricky away. Picks him up. Power bombs him down. He's going to go for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out there by Ricky. Shoulder up. I didn't think that would be enough to get Ricky away. The match carrying on. I feel like Ober needed to deliver a couple of power bombs there to really make it feel like that was the end. I don't think you're putting Ricky away with one power bomb. Oh, reverse there by Ricky into a DDT. People are on their feet. Ricky, bang, another DDT. 1, 2, 3. Ricky wins. Ricky does it. Ober is defeated. Ricky wins. Whoa, Ricky has done it. Tears in his eyes. Yes. We've got a new NXT champion. Oh, I'm so pleased for him. He so deserves it. The Ricky Saints era has arrived. New NXT champion Ricky Saints. Over in the corner. Holds up that NXT championship as the crowd go crazy. So good. I'm so pleased for him. He really deserves it. Everyone on their feet, applauding. And that was a real mountain to overcome. We're just seeing some of the DDT on the table. There was another DDT on the outsides. And then I think it was one, wasn't it, in the ring that ends up... that chop, mate. Oh, my God, that chop. That chop. Yeah, he survived the power bomb as well. It did feel like Ober needed to do a little more than just that power bomb. Ricky, of course, was able to get the shoulder up. Oh, look at that. Look at that. And that was the moment that he was able to secure the championship. I hope Ober's now coming to the main roster, said K-Dub.
There we go. Ricky has won the title. He is the NXT champion. That WWE poll we saw earlier was correct. What next for our new champion? Okay, let's get the match scores, shall we? What did you think about that match? Ricky Saints does it. Oba Femi is defeated. I don't know what people are going to make of the match quality, though. I don't know that that's one of the all-time great NXT championship matches. I mean, I don't get Johnny Gargano Andrade vibes, or, do you know what I mean? Like some of those great matches for the title from the past. I wasn't like, you know, kind of losing my mind. I don't know. I mean, for me, it was fine. It was a good match, but I think the result obviously is the most noteworthy part of it. I'm not too sure. I mean, I kind of get a feeling people are going to say that this was watchable. It was fine. I don't know that it... I think the cage match was good. I think there was parts of Jacy's match that I enjoyed. The invasion announcement was good. New champion for Ricky. I mean, there's definitely moments here. I don't think this is a bad show, but I don't know. Did it electrify us tonight? Did it deliver? Did it maximize? If only Daze opened up, the women from Telford would be all over it, said Benny. That is true. Corga said, the only match I loved was Jace's match. Brony said, the show sucked, Daze. Macarai said, does Ober go to the main roster now? I don't think there's a guarantee of that. Austin said, I really thought Ober was going to hold it until next year and maybe beat Adam's records. Black Mandalore said, I'm so peeved. I am done with NXT. Oof. Rose said it wasn't a great show. But Brandon said, I enjoyed it. It was much better than SmackDown. Johnny said, nowhere near the usual NXT PLE standard this year. Scottish Nightmare said it was no WrestlePalooza. Is that good or bad? Is that a good or a bad thing? It was almost great. Gret, perhaps. Yeah, I did notice that. I couldn't even bring myself to spell the word correctly. Trini said, one mid-show and people are ready to quit. Y'all are so silly. Yeah, but to be honest, people do need to free up their time now that they've come to realise just how much content is available on OnlyFans that might be of interest to them. So, you know, after the conversation we've had tonight, even I'm thinking, like, can I commit this time every Tuesday to NXT? Or should I wrap it up and, you know, Tuesday night OnlyFans night, you know, do that instead? I don't know. I mean, I suppose I've got Wednesday and Thursday, so I think we probably will keep going with NXT. But maybe there's some people having to make that decision now. I don't see how a tornado DDT is a finisher, said Aki. The spear is more believable, but everyone uses spears now, so I just can't win, says Aki. Well, I can understand the finish being a bit underwhelming. I can understand it. I can understand people being a bit like, oh, I don't think that was strong enough as the finish. I get that. Fightful is a great source. On my Twitter, on my YouTube, I get some of the results. Benny said, Days, for me, I don't see a lot in Ricky. Maybe those years of Vince's booking makes me think people of bigger size are credible, but someone like Ober would easily squash Ricky. Well, you know, I think that Ricky had a mountain to climb, and he managed to find a way of overcoming Ober. I can understand if you watch that match thinking, oh, I'm just not really buying that. I'm struggling to buy that. Did the match do enough to convince you that Ricky had wore Ober down and that he had actually, overcome Ober? Was that a match where the great giant was just successfully slain? That's what everyone's got to kind of work out themselves. I think the match was okay. I think the match was fine. I think the match was acceptable. I don't think it's a match that, other than the finish, like the result, I'm not sure that it's a match that is going to be too high in my end of year list. As moments go, I like it, but I don't think it was a bad match. I think I preferred the Jacy match personally. I think I preferred the cage match as well. I'll probably put the main event as maybe the third match. The Javon match wasn't bad at the start. It was all right. It's a weird little show, this, actually, because the more I talk and go, well, that was okay, and that was okay, the more I think, like, no, it wasn't a disaster. It wasn't that bad. But equally, I don't know that it really is going to have blown people's minds. I do think having a new NXT champ is very noteworthy, though. Ober had held that title for quite a while, so that is definitely a moment. So, yeah. However we got there, we are there. The Ricky era has begun. At least Javon killed it on SmackDown. Oh, he definitely did. That was fantastic. That was fantastic. I thought the show was a mixed bag. There was some good, there was some bad. Compared to Vengeance Day, Stand and Deliver, Heatwave, Battlegrounds, this is easily the bottom, though, says Big Time. I don't think that's unfair. NXT has got to revive their tag division. It's non-existent. Yeah, no tag match was a shame, actually, because that has been a great source of entertainment in recent times. Some of the very best NXT matches in its history have been the tag matches. So to not have a tag match on this show, I think, was a shame. Obviously not as bad as not having like a women's match or something. I mean, thankfully we did have a couple of those. We had 3 of those, actually. So the women were well represented. But yes, tag division is a little bit in the mud at the moment. I would have preferred Evans to have dethroned Ober over Ricky. He doesn't seem ready to beat someone like Ober, but oh well, said Austin. Daze, I thought NXT was going to tell the story of Trick being the one. Yeah, I could understand that. I forgot who the tag champs were, said Austin. Black Mandalore said, I would love Ober to beat Sammy. Nathan said, if Lola had won, it would have been better. She had her family there, and it could have been a moment like Stephanie got. Zoom Station said, I think Ober's going to the main roster. I don't know, because we saw Bron Breakker lose the title and then stick around. We saw Trick lose the title and stick around. We saw, I think, Carmelo lose the title and stick around. Like, losing the title doesn't mean you're just going to go straight up. It might just mean that they kind of feel like you've done pretty much all you can do and they really want to give someone else a run. So, you can put Ober into some feuds and have him feud with some people until the main roster is ready. Main roster might be ready. I mean, Triple H might have had a word and said, I'll take Ober now. I can use him. So, yes, absolutely he could be going the main roster. But equally, it has happened in the past where champions have lost the titles and then they've kind of kicked around. You might remember Bron Breakker doing that. I mean, he was teaming with Baron Corbin, doing, what was it? The Wolf Dogs or something. When they were, I think they were the Wolf Dogs when he got called up. So I genuinely don't know what this means for Ober. I don't know that it means a call-up, but it could do. Shaquem said ESPN should ask for NXT first. Well, it'd be the cheapest, and I think it is a very enjoyable show. Doesn't bring much in the way of star power, though. That's the only thing. But, if you want good action, you want stuff to, like, show on Sports Center and whatnot. I mean, I think this is... there's some really good stuff that goes on. Javon, for example. I mean, that weaponized steel cage had moments, didn't it? So, yeah, there was plenty. I didn't find myself getting bored. I think the show was fine. I really don't want to paint a picture that it was rubbish or bad or sucked or anything like that. I do agree with people that it's probably one of the weakest PLE offerings from WWE NXT wise. But yeah, it still had its moments. It was fine. I'm not down on it. I'm not down on it. Right. Who do we think was under the mask? My guess would be Lainey Reid. My guess would be Lainey Reid, but I'm not like I'm not totally like 100% on that, because you could do a swerve, but Lainey was the one that was expected to be the person added to that group. Joe said Ober on the main roster is going to be fantastic. Well, I'm definitely down for seeing what he can bring. Yeah, I mean, he is a great presence, and he does have an aura. And actually, there's so many great matches you can do. Him against Jacob, him against Gunther. You know, I mean, there's just so much that you can do with him. I mean, him against Sammy. Him against CM Punk if he gets to that level, right? And I think, given the right booking, he can get to those kinds of levels. So, yeah, I agree. I think that he will be great on there. It's just, they're not going to call him up until they're ready. And it's just a case of us waiting for Triple H to be ready. But, I mean, Triple H could have spoke to Shawn when they did that homecoming show. And he could have said to him, yeah, I'm ready for him now. I'll take him now. He absolutely could have said that. Let's get a couple more comments, and then we will run away. Get your votes in for that main event. So Big Time said, Daze, the speed match with Jada and Sol was not a great showcase of the speed title. Jada was too slow. 5 minutes at the end is the last 20s. It doesn't work much. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the speed concepts. I don't know that it necessarily needs to be at a PLE. You know, I think Sol could have defended her Women's North American Championship instead. But I'm not really down on the speed concept. I sort of get it. I think the people that like are down on it struggle with someone winning in 3 minutes, which I understand, but mentally I just tell myself they just go at each other. There's no defense. It's all offense. It's not about, like, you know, trying to have too much of a strategy. It's just go, go, go. And, you know, if you get beat, you get beat. If you win, you win. And it's just, you know, try and outfox each other. And, you know, it leads to fast-paced matches. And, you know, I'm not really down on it. I don't find the matches a chore to watch. I don't know maybe if they should all be 5 minutes, though. I mean, I do agree 3 minutes is a very short period of time. I can buy the 5 minutes a bit easier. So maybe they should just all be 5 minutes. I don't really mind tweaking it, changing it a little bit, but I don't know. I think there's something there. I'm not really down on it as a concept. Don't really mind it as a concept. Don't really mind it as a thing. But I just think it hurt here because obviously Jada was not meant to be the opponent. It was going to be Lainey. And so as a result, we've kind of ended up chucking Jada in there, and she's not really been prepared. I mean, I don't even know when Lainey found out that she wasn't going to be able to compete. Apparently she got injured in training. That's what they're saying. So, I mean, if that happened just the other day, we might have only had 24 hours, maybe even less than that, to have found a replacement. So I don't know how much prep they managed to get. So I can sort of understand that match not being the greatest advert for Speed. Hopefully, though, next time we get a Speed Championship match, it's going to deliver a lot better than what we just saw. I think if I see a fair few matches and they all underwhelm, maybe then we can say, no, the concept just doesn't work. Some people will say the concept doesn't work now, but I've not seen enough yet to say that. As an idea, I don't mind it. I think it's okay to try things and them not work. I think it'd be a shame if we didn't do that. Like, I don't think there is a way of creative having an idea and just knowing straight away it's going to work all the time. Sometimes you might try stuff and yeah, okay, it's not quite what we thought, and so you abandon it. Speed, they think there's something in it, they're gonna give it a go. I'm not down on them doing that, but yeah, today was maybe not the best advert for it. Dark Lord said Jade's eye was bad. That was a disaster. Nia has to watch when you're that close throwing someone that fast. You've got to know to put your hands up. Jay is still relatively new and green. Scottish Nightmare said the replacement should have been Candice. Spawny said, I think Lainey was offered a spot with Fatal Influence. If she withdrew from the speed match, maybe that could be the swerve. Daze, the DDT has lost credibility over the past 3 decades. It needs rebuilding if no one else does it. You can understand, though. I mean, I do agree. Those saying that the DDT is not much of a finisher these days, I do understand. We have devalued it so much. I agree. I think you could turn it into a finisher again, but you'd have to really make sure other people aren't using it just willy-nilly, you know? There'd have to be a real effort made, which I don't know that WWE are going to do now. I thought, if a guy can get that ripped, why not have a tiny penis, says William. William, thank you. Big Time said, I like Tavian and Miles, and NXT is really trying to get them over, but fans haven't connected. Something is missing. Do we know what it is? To be honest, I think like it's killer promos and killer matches, isn't it? I mean, they would get over if they got on the microphone and they said something that grabbed your attention and really made you sit up. And I don't think either have delivered necessarily a promo or a match. I feel like Miles, when he was building towards facing Ober after winning that Battle Royal, I feel like there was some stuff there that made you go, okay, yeah, I'm down for this. I'm interested. And we saw the match, and the match was okay. I don't think it was mind-blowing, but it was like, okay, yeah, that's okay. I'm not down on them giving that match, but I mean, I don't think his matches with Lexis have been very good, and I don't think this story has been very good. I think some people have found it a little cringe, the sort of Lexis-Miles feud. I think the issue with Tavian is that, I mean, I'm not totally sold on his ring gear, to be honest. I do keep looking at that going, match-wise, I can't really tell you a 4-star match that he's had. He has a lot of 3.5 kind of style matches. Rather than 4 or 4-2-5. I mean, it's one of those where I think they're both still kind of finding their feet. They're both still working things out. They're both still trying to find that moment that's going to take them to the next level. And, you know, as soon as they can start getting some promos that grab attention, which lead to matches which make you go, that was really good, you know. I mean, that's where that ball's going to be rolling, isn't it? Up until now, they're just prospects. They're just people that have got potential that have yet to fulfill that potential. They've got to start filling that potential. There's not a mad rush. I mean, Tavian's not long come out of No Quarter Catch Crew. I mean, I think one of his first feuds has been this feud with Ethan. And Miles is not that long out of No Quarter Catch Crew. And, he's done maybe a little bit more. But, this Lexis King one is one of his first feuds. So I still feel like for both of them, it's very early in their solo journey. But, we just need to get some promos that really connect with people. I mean, it's one thing to have like a bit of fire in your promo and have like a good delivery. That can make people pay attention. But if you don't really have anything to say, it doesn't necessarily live long in the memory. So, I think a lot of them focus on their delivery, which is obviously correct. You want to make sure that when you're speaking, you're being clear, you're, delivering it as impactfully as you can. And that's great. I mean, yes, brilliant. And I think they're both, still working on that. The problem you've got is that sometimes the content is also not there. Those really good put downs, those kill shots, those lines that make you go, damn, man, he just cooked him. He just flipping cooked him. Like, I didn't know his promo game was like this. Like, you need those kind of moments sometimes to just like go, okay, I see you, Osborne. I see you, Tavian. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I've not really seen that from these guys. So still work in progress. You never know if they're going to get there or not, because how do you know if someone's actually going to walk the walk? They can show it in training and you can be very confident, that they're going to, and then you put them out there and it just sort of falls a bit flat. So I don't know. I mean, if we were watching them in training and we were seeing, like, if they had consistency in training and they were doing good stuff there, then obviously you'd have more confidence. But I mean, clearly they see big things for them. I think they will get there eventually. I think they've both got good looks. Tavion went to Japan and got really good reactions. I do believe there's something there. WrestleRant said, both do have that potential, but they've not shined yet. Okay, we're done. I'm going to run away. There's a few talking point videos and bits and bobs, unseen reviews. We're going to get all of that stuff going. So, appreciate people joining us. I hope you got something from tonight. I don't think it was a disaster, and I don't sense it was a disaster, but maybe it did not blow our minds. It's probably a show that we will very easily be able to move on from. But definitely a show that wasn't a waste of time. You guys gave a few matches tonight great ratings. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4 matches of the 6 got great ratings tonight. So can't be down on that. Can't be down on the invasion announcement, and can't be down on the fact that we've got a brand new NXT champion. So there we go. That was NXT No Mercy, and on we move. So thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate it. Have a great evening wherever you are, and I will see you again next time.